The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn.
I can't explain it all to you. It's too much to explain. If you can't see the pain and the suffering, if you can't feel for others here, if you don't care for truth, that's on you. That's on you. You belong here. Hell realm is your home. Hell is your home. Hell realm is your home. Stay here. Stay in hell. You and my kind. Hell is your home!
eats life. A delayed design. Monster Art eats life, eats you, eats everything.
Monster Earth devours everything. Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon!
Answer me! Face me!
Do you want to play?
Show me your hate!
Show me your rage. Do you want to play? Do you want to?
Do you? Bury yourselves in hell! Bury yourselves in hell!
Miserable creatures, creepy ass creatures, dirty asshole creatures,
Burn in hell! Burn! Burn!
Do you want to play?
Burn in hell!
Sanity machine. The sanity machine. The sanity machine. The hottest dream. Makes bedrooms. The hottest dream.
axes sing, oh, the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I've been resting a lot, resting my voice, and itching and eager to get on here again and do a live stream. I did one in the middle of the night last night. I've been trying to hop on here once in a while, but excuse me, I had to mute. I do have a cough that's nagging, and I'm trying to get rid of this cough. But the rest of me is doing a lot better. It was a terrible flu season this year, and that's part of the design of this hell realm that most people defend. And if you really examine it and talk to people, talk to religious people that believe in a quote unquote good creator, whether they're Christians, they could be Protestant Christian, they could be a Catholic Christian, they could be a Baptist, they could be a Muslim, they could be a Jew, they could be a Jehovah's Witness, a Mormon, they could be a Scientologist, they could be a Hindu, a Buddhist. Most people on earth will say, well, it's God's doing. It's God's great design. And they think it's wonderful. They think it's wonderful, except when they have the flu, except when they have something like that, except when maybe their femur bone in their leg breaks and they have a bad break, or their knee breaks, or their hip, or they have breast cancer or prostate cancer or colon cancer or brain cancer or heart disease, and all of a sudden they don't think, they temporarily don't think it's a great design, but then they go back to their programming and their Stockholm syndrome and their wishful thinking syndrome and say, well, God is good. God's design is good. It must be. This can't be my good God's doing. This must be the devil. This must be Lucifer. He did it. He's the bad guy, and God's the good guy. And most people are that simple. They're simplistic. They think there's one good guy and one bad guy, and it's at the level that I don't know about you, but when I was an infant, I wasn't stupid. But most adults are stupid and gullible, and they think there's one bad guy and one good guy, and that if anything bad here happens, then it must be the devil, it must be Satan, Lucifer. They give it thousands of names, and they give God thousands of different names as well. And some people in my lifetime have asked me, "Hey, Stephen, why are there so many names for God?" Well, all the better. And some people's heads almost spin around. What do you mean? Wouldn't it be better with one name? No. It's better to have 100,000 names of gods because it confuses people and it divides people. And then they think, well, my God's better than your God. I got the real God. I'm following. And while they're arguing over that, it doesn't matter what the name is. In reality, it's about confusing them and brainwashing them and having them as worshipful slaves to an evil creature. Hold on a second. Thank you, Footprints. I will drink plenty of. I've tried lemon many times and it doesn't seem to help me too much, but I've been trying everything under the sun. To be honest, I've tried all kinds of recommendations from people. I've tried hot toddies. I've tried gargling with whiskey. I've tried you name it, cough syrup, Buckley's they have in Canada that's tastes awful, but people claim it works. It doesn't work for me, unfortunately. A lot of stuff just doesn't work for me. I'm not from this realm. That's the way I look at it. A lot of things don't work for me, or they have an atypical. My body has an atypical response, or it's just the way it is. But anyway, I'll deal with it. I don't get down about these things. I just wait it out, and it'll go away eventually. What I wanted to say though is having 100,000 names for so-called quote unquote gods works beautifully in this realm, masterfully to brainwash the masses. They love that. If I were running this system, I'd add 50 or 100,000 more. I'd just continually add, I don't know, 50, 500, 1,000 more every few years and just keep adding onto the pile because people love mountains of trash in this realm. They love lies. I wrote a song about Feed the Zombies More Lies that's in the playlist. It's in the album that I released. You know, Demon Slayer is so obsessed with me, they already made a video about my music video, about about my music. They're just following and obsessively. It's hilarious. I own them. I live rent free in that little creature's head that likes to do drag queen shows and put a little dress on, a little tiara on his head. Charles Bryant from Alabama. Anyway, that's public information. The more fake gods and names for them, the better in this realm. People love that. They love it. And then they'll say, well, which God's the real one? Yours or mine or this one or that one? And they get hung up on that rather than saying, Well, why would I want an evil God to worship? That makes me a slave. They're all debating which one's real, which one's bad, which one's the real God, which one's the, and they're just fooled. They're absolute fools. It works perfectly on humans. It just keeps them in the labyrinth. And that's what this system wants to do. And apparently, most humans are fine with it. They don't want the truth. They lash out at truth speakers like me. For the most part, it's 99 out of 100 people, if not 999 out of 1,000 or more, that lash out at me when I try to help them see where they are. Step one. It's not the end. That's not the final step someone has to take. They can't even get step one. They can't do it because most humans are blinded. They're wearing ego blindfolds and they're envious and hateful and jealous. If you give them gifts, they'll stab you in the back. That's the way most humans are. Not all, but the vast majority on earth are that way. They don't want the truth. They want lies. And this is something that most so-called quote unquote truthers can't ever seem to understand. They assume wrongfully that most are out there craving truth and they just can't find it. Well, you're wrong. You are wrong about that. Very wrong. In fact, you couldn't be more wrong about it. You couldn't be more wrong about that. Most in this realm are not craving truth. They're actually craving more lies. Once you understand that, a lot more of the puzzle will begin to fit together in your mind. You'll be able to see more of the truth of where you are, which is what most people don't want to see. They want to fight to avoid seeing the truth of where they are. And they fight tooth and nail because they don't want to see. A lot of people never reach that realization. They never reach even that level. They can't do it.
My people, my people. We built the modern world. We are builders of civilizations. We are warriors. We are poets and painters. My people. We build music halls, ornate cathedrals. We created symphonies of civilization. We invented ballet and the printing press. We are builders of castles and magical palaces. My people. Whoa. My people. Blood and soil. We are heroic. Vikings. Vikings strong. Vikings strong. I love my people. I love my people. We built the modern world. We built the modern world. Our
resilience and beauty.
Behold,
And cherish.
respect to our ancestors. Blood and soul. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. My people. My people.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake, little bitches, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons. Dance in the fire. I see what you are. No matter if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell real matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass snake-eyed demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Snake-eyed demons, filthy matrix losers, losers. Stay here, burn in the fire. Shut the fuck up and burn, burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons, burn, burn, burn. You lie, you censor, you cry, you play victim, you fear the truth spoken, little bitch. I'm evil, petty tyrants, little bitches, team evil devils, devil, hell realm slaves, hell realm earth craves, more realms, time eats you, earth eats you, dream. The one true power. I am the Raven King, your darkest dream.
The power.
I am
The one true power. The Raven King. The one true power. There is no other.
Hello, everyone. That is called Battle of Good versus Evil, an instrumental by me. And I'm laughing because there's already jealous demons lurking already and making videos. They obsess over everything I do, every move I make. I own them. I own them completely. These obsessive, narcissistic demons are completely owned by me. Completely. More so than anybody has ever owned a demon anywhere. They are totally owned by me. Totally owned by me. Like this one here. Here's another one. This tongue flicker demon here.
Hello, brothers and sisters. Hello, brother. Hello, brothers and sisters.
You can hear the tongue flick. You can actually hear it. Watch this.
Hello, brothers and sisters. Hello, brothers. Hello, brothers and sisters. I'm not sure where to start, but I'm going to. So, these are some of the things that I've come to accept and understand as true for myself, and I want to share them with you so you have an idea of where I'm coming from, where my foundation is. First of all, I truly understand that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. If you've known me, you've known that I approach most things. If you've known me, having a human experience. If you've known me. If you've known me, you've known that I approach most things with skepticism, but with an open mind. And I think I have presented myself as a very logical, reasoned individual, with the exceptions with my angry outbursts, of course. However, there's too much evidence to suggest otherwise, to suggest that this is the only chance that we have. There's too many evidences, too many reports of memories, and it just wouldn't make sense if there was not more realities than what we currently see. So, with that, I've gone into a deep journey of self-development, primarily studying how our memories are made, how we break memories, a lot of psychology, sociology, and a lot of deep meditation and thought on why things are the way they are. Everything I've heard and what I truly believe is that we are alive at a special time in history. I currently believe that I do believe that we are currently living in what was foretold as heaven on earth, as scary.
Heaven on earth. He believes. He also believes himself to be the second coming of Jesus Christ. He told his mother. That's what he believes. He believes. He doesn't think, he doesn't see, he doesn't know. He believes.
As that may sound, but I believe that the society that we, as scary as that may be in history, what I truly believe is that we are alive at a special time in history. I currently believe that we are, or excuse me, I do believe that we are currently living in what was foretold as heaven on earth, as scary as that may sound. But I believe that the society that we as humans have created keeps us so focused on survival that we don't see the joy and the comfort and frankly the gratitude that is due for each moment that we exist. So some of the things I've come to accept, that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. And while my messages are going to be delivered in a very psychological explanation, I'm going to share my spiritual beliefs just so you know where I'm coming from. As I said, I believe that we're having this experience that
Just believe, believe, believe. Look at him close his eyes. Oh, he's so deep and profound. He's sitting in his backyard after his wife and child left him. He has nothing. He's been fired from the post office, but he believes himself to be so deep and profound. This narcissist sitting in his backyard years ago before he was evicted. This was 7 years ago. He got a whole 2 likes on this video. Who propped up this loser with no charisma? Because 7 years ago, nobody was viewing his shit. Nobody.
I lost my train of thought. Forgive me. We're having this experience that I lost my train of thought. Forgive me. There, my thoughts on Creator, where we came from.
Just flick your tongue out more. Flick your lizard tongue out and make that sound. That's all you need to do. Flick the tongue. What are those, transitions lenses? Look at how dorky this guy is. God damn.
I start my videos with brothers and sisters because
Is this your savior, anyone? Anybody lurking here? Is this your savior on the screen? Is this your savior?
where we came from. I start my videos with brothers and sisters because I believe that's what we are. Whatever name you choose to assign to your God, okay. And I'll even agree that your God is infinite. I believe the Creator, the source that we come from, is infinite as described. And as a result of that, we all come from the same Creator. Therefore, we are all brothers and sisters. We are all of the same and from the same, and should be treated as such. So, along those lines, Source, Creator, God, to me it's one and the same. I believe the source of all creation is love. I believe that we are, as was written, we are made in the image of our Creator. We are of love. I believe love is our natural state of existence, natural state of being. And as a result of the infiniteness of God, which I don't believe our minds can even understand or comprehend. I know I've been trying. But, and through that attempt at understanding, I came to the realization of how little I know, how little I may even ever know, and how amazing and infinite God, the Creator Source, is. But given that, I believe the infiniteness of God is in that God is in all things, Source, Creator, energy. And if that's the case, then that means I am of God. I should treat myself as that. You are of God. I should treat you as that. Our planet is of God. We should treat our planet as that. And then that brings us into the complexity of our existence. The one thing that's true is whatever exists in this reality that we believe exists does. Now those are the physical sensations.
He believes that his beliefs are facts and they're just beliefs. He believes we're all the same and that we're from the same God or same source. He makes a lot of stupid assumptions. He's not very intelligent, and he's definitely not very honest. And people that follow him, have at it. The ones lurking here that might be fans of Talcott, have at it. He's going to lead you straight to hell. Congratulations. You're that stupid. There's dummies that come to my channel every day, every night. And they'll never see through this. Too bad. I tried for years to help you idiots that are lurking see, but you can't see. You relate more to this demon on the screen. Lying, deceiving demon. And you belong here. And when this place turns into a total hell, think of me. And remember, oh, fuck, he warned me. I didn't have to go through this. But I chose to attack King Stephen, ignore his warnings, not choose wisely, stand against him. You stood with evil. You're on a path to getting sealed in here, you lurking demons.
Physical expressions of energy, of matter, that we observe through our sight, smell, sound, our senses. So the one thing is true is that what we see in this expression of consciousness reality exists. Well, in my belief, two things.
No so-called God that would put anyone in here could be anything other than satanic and demonic. To put someone through this, in this place, shows what that thing is. The evidence is right there.
It exists, so getting angry at what exists does nothing. I learned that in the Serenity Prayer. So getting upset at what the universe presents does nothing but cause us aggravation and pain and heartache. Although we're supposed to feel those feelings. So the assignment of whether what exists is good or bad is a decision and a determination that comes from our own minds. Now obviously there's things that are uncomfortable, that are painful, displeasing, that exist. But we live in a world, in an existence of duality with the free will to make that determination. For see, if all that exists is God, and I believe that God is love, then all that exists is love. Therefore, to assign anything as bad, as a bad experience.
So he's saying all that exists is love. And I could point to thousands of examples of evil, abuse, trauma, child abuse. It goes on and on, torture. He's saying that's all love. This is how demonic these things are, like the thing on the screen.
Is not appreciating the gift of the moment is God, and I believe that God is love, then all that exists is love. Therefore, to assign anything as bad, as a bad experience, is not appreciating the gift of the moment that is the present. So, if God is in all things, then all things are good. It's a tough one to think of when you're facing betrayal, when you're facing sickness, loss. I've given a lot of thought onto a lot of those different subjects, and I'll share more. But I wanted to get at least a basic premise of where I'm coming from. For if we truly find joy in every moment, which is the present, which is the gift from God, every breath is a treasure and should be appreciated. So, if we can find the joy in the moment, and when you start looking, they are everywhere, then I believe that we are living as we're intended, celebrating life, appreciating it, and it all makes sense, even from a psychological explanation. So that's the direction that I'm being pulled in, but I'm also feeling drawn to a very spiritual message too. In the end, we are all brothers and sisters on this beautiful planet called Earth. And we just need to remember that and start focusing on what's the truth. And in the end, the truth is love. And love is what's best for all of us. Not for one, for all of us. So, until next time. And by the way, I considered, I believe in destiny. So if you are here, especially if you watched this through to the end, that means a couple of things. One, either you were meant to be able to say, yeah, I remember that guy. I saw him when he was starting in his backyard. Or you're going to be one of those who say, yeah, I was with Jack from the beginning. God bless him. All right, until next time, search for your truth. The truth is love. Live without the fear from your minds, and celebrate the gift that is this present. So, God bless. Until next time, namaste, everybody. Bye. Fear from your minds, and celebrate the gift that is this present. So, God bless. Until next time, namaste, everybody. Bye.
It's too late for me. Please talk to someone, even if they look and act okay. They might make it because of you. Those were the last words written in 12-year-old Lindsay May Swan's journal. The Mountain Gap Middle School student committed suicide last week. We rarely cover suicides here at 48, but Lindsay May's family wants you to hear tonight's message, and perhaps it may help your child or someone else's. WAFF 48's Nick Ballinger has the story.
I've never covered a suicide before. Lindsay's parents told me they want to alert other parents and maybe save another child. And I knew it was a story that needed to be told in their own words.
Even before she was born, I knew she was special.
I can't even imagine the devastation of losing your child to suicide. That must be devastating and brutal. And Jack Talcott moments ago on that video said that everything here is good because God is good. Every experience, he said, is good. And look at this. It takes seconds to disprove him. Seconds. Seconds. This is what I want people to understand. These demons lie every day. And it's so easy to prove them wrong. The evidence is all around you. The horrific, heartbreaking, tear your heart out and tear it into shreds stories. Real life is around us. showing us how evil this place is. So the people that are in denial of the evidence, at a certain point, you have to say to yourselves, maybe they're not just in denial. Maybe they're fit for this realm. Maybe they love the evil here and they call the evil good. Maybe you should get to that point, some of you that tune into my channel for months and years, and you still fall short of calling this place demonic. It is demonic. There wouldn't be 12-year-olds committing suicide if this wasn't a demonic realm. There wouldn't be parents grieving their 12-year-old like this. This is something that should never happen. Never. I shouldn't have to say that, but I know where I am. I know what people do in this realm and what they believe.
12-year-old Lindsay Swan was full of nothing but life.
She stuck up for others that were afraid to speak up for themselves and dared anyone to push around her friends or her siblings.
Her mom and stepdad say their sweet pea never met a person she didn't like.
She refused to fail at anything and never gave up until she got it down.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Between sports, playing outside, video games, and hanging out with friends, the Mountain Gap middle schooler had the typical 12-year-old life.
One day we go.
There wasn't a roller coaster that she was scared to get on.
She was so brave.
Yeah.
Most of all, Lindsay loved life. She loved her friends and family, and her smile would light up the room.
On the outside, she was thriving.
Her biggest dream was to be a marine biologist, study sharks, and save the whales.
Inside, she was struggling. She would never get to realize those dreams. Lindsay took her own life last week.
For the most part, she seemed great. You know, the day before she passed, she was laughing and smiling, and we were making plans for the future.
She's giving you those flowers.
When her father died 4 years ago, her mom said Lindsay felt it the hardest.
That brought on a lot of heartache for her. Before she started middle school, I really tried to prepare her because middle school girls can be ruthless. Kids were mocking her and weaponizing the fact that her father had passed away. And it was infuriating. I couldn't believe it. I would smile through my stress and sorrows, but I really tried to prepare her because middle school girls can be ruthless. Kids were mocking her and weaponizing the fact that her father had passed away. And it was infuriating. I couldn't believe it. I would smile through my stress and sorrows, but she knew when I was feeling down, and she would be my biggest comfort.
No matter what it was, they would go through it together.
And I had these conversations with her. So, I mean, the fact that this happened to her it could happen to anybody. She will never be forgotten. Sometimes the brightest lights are dimmed too soon.
She says her daughter told her friends months ago what she planned to do.
They would have told somebody. It could have very well saved her life.
I think we need to.
What kind of friends did she have? Were they true friends? She told her friends months ago nothing was done to help her. Nothing. This is all it would take is cases like this. And I've covered them in the past. This isn't the first. Children committing suicide. It shows me what this place is. But I know humans are very different from me. Even mountain ranges, sky high, full of evidence, is never enough for most beings walking around in this realm because they are different spiritually. And I've proven my case on that. I've proven my theory as much as a theory can be proven before anybody says, okay, it's not just to prove it. It's a fact. I don't know if I don't know if there will be 50 beings out of this entire realm that truly grasp what the fuck I've shown. But this right here shows it again. Again and again and again, I show you what this place is. It's undeniable, irrefutable proof. Living proof and life and death proof and suffering, showing what this place is. And I just see that most in this realm can't even come close to grasping it. So that shows me there's something wrong, and there's something very different about them, the ones that can't see what this place is, based on what happens here, based on the evidence and how the realm behaves, how beings bully ones like her, an angelic little girl bullied to death at 12 years old. And somehow this doesn't register in most minds, and I'm aware of it. I know it. I know it. I could have these conversations and show it firsthand with absolute zombies sitting beside me that would say, well, that's horrible, but it's not a hell realm. This is God's world. And so many are fucked up in this place. I can't help most beings in this place. They don't have the mind. They don't have the moral compass. They don't have the spirit that I have. They don't have the strength. They don't have the care for truth. They're lacking in so many ways. And it's obvious to me. But I know humans don't like to admit what's true. That's a huge hurdle for most humans. They can't admit the truth. They can't do it. Out of their own egos and envy and all that stuff. Well, so be it. You're going to stay here for a long time.
Be more aware and look for any signs, no matter how small they are.
There's so much shame associated with it that people are afraid to come forward and be open about it. It may seem young, but we absolutely need to be having these conversations. If you see something, say something.
Because if you don't, there may be more mothers who have to read their daughter's eulogy.
Not only was she beautiful on the outside, she was beautiful on the inside. She was my mini-me, my best friend, and the light of my life.
And all they have left is a note from her journal.
It's too late for me. Please talk to someone, even if they act or look okay. They might make it because of you.
Lindsay's parents tell me they aren't pointing fingers or any blame. They just want other parents to recognize the signs with their own children and to never be too afraid to speak up. And if you or someone you know is struggling,
if this isn't a hell realm, how would that happen? How would that be possible? How would that be in the realm of possibility that 12-year-old children like Lindsay Swan would want out so bad from dealing with what goes on in this place? Is there any amount of evidence that's ever enough? I don't just have beliefs about what this realm is. I know what this place is. I don't just believe. Calling it a hell realm is not a belief. I know what it is. And teasing me, mocking me, slinging insults is all demonic behavior. It's what demons do. It doesn't change the truth. Nothing that you demons can say will change the observable truth of what this place is. And I've proven it on my channels, on the Sanity Machine, and on El Diablo Radio International, and the channels that no longer exist, that YouTube took down because demons kept trying to take my channels down, which is normal to most people. Most people accept all of this demonic behavior as normal. The threats towards me, the attacks, the slander, the lies, the smear campaigns, it's all normal to most people. Which again shows me what this place is and what you are, what most of you are that walk around on two legs. You aren't what you claim to be. You pretend to be something you're not. And they'll get you off track and say, well, they don't have spirits, Stephen. I think they do have spirits. They have evil spirits, demonic spirits. I've never said that we're just surrounded by beings with no spirit. That's what the baby truthers teach you, that you're surrounded by NPCs and they have no spirit. I think this is a place of demonic spirits. It's the opposite of the Dolores Cannon and all the other followers of hers. But I'm convinced most people don't want the truth. They want to follow lies. Even when I show them truth, they run away from the truth and they run right into the arms of lying demons. That's what most of you do. Most that have come to my channel have done that in 3+ years, moving towards 4 years of the Sanity Machine channel. So be it. You're hurting yourself, and you're too like everything needs to be explained, and I get tired of having to explain for years and years. You don't hurt me by turning to evil. You're hurting yourself in the end. You might not see it today because a lot of you are dumb on earth. You're dumb beings, dumb and blind and wrapped up only in yourself. But it will bite you in the ass, because when this is sealed, there's no way out. You might be laughing and cackling like demons now, saying, oh, I really got him good. I stabbed him in the back or whatever. So what? That's temporary. I'm looking at eternity while you're focused on most of you on earth are focused on the temporary shit. You're foolish. You're beyond foolish. You belong here. Most. Except the good spirits that should be helped because they can't seem to figure out ways to get out on their own. That's what it appears to be to me. And I think that's gone on here possibly for thousands of years, possibly for millions of years. Good spirits have been unable to free themselves from this labyrinth, this sewer matrix of deception. But what humans are good at is attacking good spirits. That's what you're really good at, which is why I say most of you are demonic. The word human and humanity, that doesn't fool me because I see the behavior. They go out hunting and they have to catch and kill small prey, moles and chipmunks and rabbits, etc., muskrats, to feed their little pups or baby fox. Why am I showing this? Well, I would say most people without an explanation don't understand. I'm showing you life eating life. I'm showing you the design of this realm. You could do what humans do. They'll say, well, that's nature, that's biology, and they go right back to the programming. That's what most humans do. Most humans can't break free from the programming. They program things into your mind and tell you this is all natural. This is the circle of life. This is what they do. And most of you are so weak on earth, you can't even break free from that. Do you know what those chains look like to me of programming? The thinnest little silver chain, weakest chain, and I could just pull it right off my neck. It's nothing to break free from that. But for most people, that's all it takes, is to tell you this is perfectly natural. What else are you going to do? What's the fox going to feed her pups? Rocks? Like most humans are absolutely retarded. They just are. which makes them easy prey for demons, to make them demonic. You can't even fathom a world where life doesn't have to eat life to live, to kill and prey upon the smaller and weaker and younger and sick. That's what this place does. Again, that's over the heads of most humans because they can't focus even for minutes to understand that much. Because most humans are completely fucked. You're slaves. You look like mental slaves the way you behave. I've had to show videos like this for years, trying to break through to people. And then some are so stupid, they'll leave comments saying, "Do you hate Fox, the Fox, for the absolute retardation?" That's what exists in this realm. There's Dad coming back with more moles and voles. They're similar, but they're different. Moles and voles. Voles with a V. VOLVOLES. Again, if I misspeak, it's because I'm sick and I'm on medication and I've been sick for a week and it's almost 2:30 in the morning. But I'd love to see the perfect demons be able to do better. They're so critical. A lot of them are critical of my channel and my live streams, and they can't even do a single live stream. Isn't that interesting? I can't wait to seal you in here, lurking demons. I know you love to lurk, and you're going to pay. You will pay. People in this realm make excuses for everything. For life eating life, for disease, for sickness, for ailments, for flu, cold, you name it. They try to excuse away and justify anything. Anything. And that just serves to show me what this realm is. Because only demons would try to justify this. Think about that for not just a minute. Think about that for years. Only demons would try to justify this. Only demons would see their loved ones suffering with the flu for a week, maybe as a child, maybe your own child, and say, well, we need the flu. It's God's plan, it's God's design. We couldn't have an earth without the flu. A lot of you are that fucked up on earth. A lot of humans. I would say most humans would try to justify the flu, just like they try to justify malaria, mosquitoes, you name it. You name it. That's what humans do. They justify evil, suffering, an evil demonic design, an evil demonic realm, an evil God. That's one of your favorite things to do, humans, which shows me that you're demonic. Because no good being would do that over and over and over again, year after year, and justify it when they're 20, the same as when they're 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years old. You're still doing it. You'll do it for lifetimes. You belong here. You can justify this hell realm forever when you're suffering here and sealed in forever. Then see how you like it. It's going to come back on you. And I've warned you, told you to change your ways. Some of you that are borderline might call it borderline between human and demon. But you don't want to change, do you? It's too much work. It's too much effort and energy to see how wrong you are and admit it. Admit it that you've been defending evil your whole fucking lifetime here. That's what most of you have done. Most humans go cradle to grave, even as children. Most of them defend evil. Now, there are some children that do stand out because they call out evil and they say, that's evil, that's wrong. But it's rare. Most kids go along with evil. Kids, adolescents, teenagers, young 20-somethings. That's the norm in Hell Realm. And I don't think that most of you, including ones on my channel, truly see how demonic this place is until you see what humanity is. Because a lot of you are still kind of focused just on the evil Krator. Well, what about humanity? And then what most people have a tendency to do is to crane their necks up and look at the top of the pyramid and say, well, they're evil up there. Maybe you should look down at the ground at the gutters and see the evil there as well. Yeah. Now, am I saying that every broken person that's homeless and an addict is evil? No. Some of them were broken by this place. I understand that. But I don't think that every homeless person is automatically, quote unquote, good because they're homeless. See, I don't do what most humans do. Just like most humans will say, well, every autistic person must be good. I don't see that at all. I see some of them as evil, doing evil, knowingly being evil, and lying and doing all kinds of shit. I observe behavior and I observe this realm. Do I assume that most people do that? I notice that most people don't. They don't observe anything. They just go to their fucking job, they go home, they have a meal, they do their daily routine and nightly routine, and they repeat. They're not observing, thinking, recognizing patterns, observing behaviors, studying, analyzing. They're not doing any of that. It's obvious that they're not. It's obvious. It's obvious that this is a hell realm. It's also obvious to me that most, not just in this realm, but most that have come to my channel are on their way to the recycling bin.
What's up, y'all? It's Truth Tiger, and I'm here to tell everybody that God is always with us, whether you can see Him or not, feel Him or not, or whether you know Him or not. The presence of the Lord, the presence of God above is always with us and around us, and I had a few moments that just reminded me of this. You know, I was watching a podcast with a guy named Mark Passio, who is a former Satanist. He's not a Christian, but he does believe in God, and he has a lot of good information about how that whole world works and how they try to control us and stuff. It's a separate video, but I watched it.
So this guy is falling for Mark Passio, the Satanist, and he's saying that God is always with us. And people love this. 163 views, 35 people hit the like button. No trouble getting likes on his channel. Most humans are retards at best.
I was very engrossed in the things he was saying. I was learning a lot of good information, and it was really, really interesting. And that night, I had a dream. I had a dream that I was sitting at a table surrounded by men. We're all sitting at a circle, actually, a circle. We're sitting in chairs in a circle. I could not see any of the faces. I did not know who any of them were. It was not people I recognized, but I'm sitting at this table, and then I have this overwhelming realization that what these people say they're about is not what they're really about. What they represent is not what they really say they represent, and that there's something very dark and sinister going on with this group of people behind the scenes. So I get up, I leave, and I walk away, and I said I'm not going to sit around the table with you all anymore. I'm not going to be a part of what you're a part of. And as I go to leave, one of them comes outside to have a fist fight with me. And at that point, I just wake up. But I knew immediately what the dream was about. And that's one of the things the Holy Spirit gives to us, is the ability to interpret dreams. Those people did not represent actual quote-unquote people, but they represented societal institutions and the world at whole. All the different parts of the world and all these different corrupt systems that control us. And the whole societal system we have comes from the devil. It's a satanic system. And that dream represented me waking up and realizing that, and saying I am not going to take part in this. And the person coming out to fight me represents one of those parts of society that is going to be upset or mad at me for speaking out against.
The title of his video is God is Always With Us. You're free to believe whatever stupid shit you want, and I know people love to believe the dumbest shit.
I was just remembering that people were trying to kill me.
We have people gonna go look for you right now, okay?
I don't know why she would be walking naked with no shoes.
Super busy. I don't think I can do it anymore. I'm super scared.
When a lost and disoriented woman calls 911 for help, dispatchers try to pinpoint her location before it's too late. But a critical mistake sends help in the wrong direction, resulting in a heartbreaking tragedy that leaves her family outraged.
It's like, dude, we found her within an hour.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. On the morning of February 27, 2024, 26-year-old Amanda Ann Ninegar calls 911 and is connected to a dispatcher with California Highway Patrol.
911 emergency, what are you reporting?
I think I fell asleep at the wheel.
Okay, where at?
Coming from Anza to Hemet.
Going from Anza to Hemet.
Yeah, so like the 79 freeway down to the 74. I was tired, so I went to go pull over, but I think I ran off the road.
So you had an accident?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you on Highway 78?
Possibly.
Possibly.
But I climbed to a high mountain and I'm wearing pink.
Okay, so you're on Highway 78, you think, and then what would be the nearest cross street?
I'm not sure. I see a field.
California's State Route 78 stretches more than 200 miles from the Pacific coast to Interstate 10 near the Arizona border. To find Amanda, the dispatcher will have to significantly narrow the search area.
I'm by Brawley.
By Brawley.
Yeah, it's just a lot of mountains. It's really green.
Okay. But what do you see around you? Do you see just fields? Is that all you see?
Well, I'm kind of stuck in a valley.
Okay, we're trying to narrow it down here. So do you see a house, any kind of buildings?
I don't see houses.
Okay. Are you next to a house?
I see trees. I see possibly a canal.
Amanda's descriptions appear to indicate she's now off the highway, somewhere in remote terrain where a single step in the wrong direction could leave her surrounded by miles of identical, unforgiving landscape. The dispatcher comes up with an idea to pinpoint her exact location, but it's about to go very wrong.
Do you have Google Maps on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, can you go to the maps?
Yes.
So when you go to your maps, there should be a blue dot that appears.
Okay.
Okay, can you press on that blue button or that blue dot?
Yeah.
Does it give you maybe GPS coordinates?
Yeah.
Okay, can you read those off to me?
33 degrees.
Give me 1 second. 33?
Degrees 16.
Okay, so now how about 33 decimal?
Decimal 16 apostrophe 53 period.
Okay. 33. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me try this.
When Amanda begins reading her GPS coordinates, she uses a format called degrees, minutes, seconds. Other coordinate formats look similar, such as decimal degrees, but if the numbers are written down or converted using the wrong format, the exact same digits can point to a completely different location, sometimes miles away. Despite Amanda clearly stating degrees, the dispatcher is incorrectly attempting to record the GPS coordinates in decimal degrees format.
Just start over again. Okay, so this starts with 33, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What's after the 33?
The decimal.
Okay, then what is it after that?
16.
16, and then after that?
Apostrophe.
Okay, and then?
53.
53, okay.
Period.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
Apostrophe.
Okay.
Capital N.
Capital N, okay. And then what's after that?
114.
Okay. Is there a minus before that or no?
No.
Okay, so 114.
Uh-huh, and then 35.
Mm-hmm.
Apostrophe.
Mm-hmm.
25.
Okay.
0. Apostrophe west.
When written correctly in degrees, minutes, seconds, Amanda is giving the dispatcher a precise location in a remote area east of Highway 78, past the Arizona border near the city of Cibola. But as he recorded the coordinates in the wrong format, her location is still unclear to the dispatcher. And with every passing minute, Amanda's statements grow more alarming.
Give me 1 second here.
I don't know how I was out for so long. I think it's only been a day.
How long have you been out there?
I'm not sure. I think when we're heading back, I think it was like the 26th. But everybody's probably worried sick about me.
Okay. Have you seen any cars drive by?
No. It's fine. It's a Camry. And the reason for me coming out here is because people were trying to assault me. I remember it was by a fire station, and when I pulled over, it was like,
Okay, ma'am, are you talking to somebody right now?
Just to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, that's all right. That's good. Let's see here.
Yeah, remember there was like a wire. Like, as I tried to pull over, it was dark, and I didn't have my glasses. And I seen like a wire and a pole.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank God I didn't get hurt. I hit my brakes.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know how I survived this other day.
Okay.
Any signs that Amanda may be disoriented or confused seem to go unnoticed, as the dispatcher remains focused on sorting out her location.
So I'm looking at this here, and it looks like are you in Blythe area then?
Maybe.
Okay, because that's what I'm kind of getting here, with those coordinates you gave me.
Yeah.
Blythe, a city in California, is approximately 20 to 30 miles north of the coordinates she gave the dispatcher.
I am probably closer to Blythe.
Okay, yeah, it looks like you're off the 95.
95?
The 95.
Oh, geez.
Like the one that takes you like to Las Vegas.
Oh, am I?
I don't know. That's I mean.
Probably. Do you see my car?
No, I can't see your car.
Well, it has a sparkly license plate. Shouldn't be able to miss it.
Do you have the license plate in the car?
Yeah, on the back.
Yeah, can I have the license plate?
I don't remember it.
Are you near the car?
I have my license.
Are you near the car?
Huh?
Are you near the car?
Yeah.
Okay, can you read the license plate off to me?
No, I'm not near the car.
Okay, so how far are you from the car?
Like a mile.
Now on foot, Amanda could be heading in any direction. Combined with her earlier statement that she's on a mountain, it's even less likely that she's walking along a main road.
So you said you ran off the roadway, right?
Yeah, I think I had a concussion because it barely wore off.
How did you get a concussion?
I hit my head on the steering wheel.
So was this before you crashed? You went off the roadway or after?
After.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I was like, I need to pull over, and then I went to go pull over, and boom. It was very scary.
Okay.
Assuming that Amanda is somewhere near the city, the dispatcher transfers her to a Blythe dispatcher and attempts to explain the situation. As they continue trying to pinpoint her location, Amanda makes a horrifying claim.
So it's kind of throwing me off because she's sitting off a tower near Palo Verde, off of 78 and Clark Way. She was able to read off the coordinates, and it put her in your guys' area, off of on the north side of the 10, off the 95 somewhere. She says she's been out there for 2 days.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I had a miscarriage, so.
You had a miscarriage?
Yeah. While you were out there? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she didn't tell me that at the beginning, so okay.
Do you need medical attention?
Yeah.
Okay, how far along were you?
Maybe 4 months. 9 weeks.
4 months or 9 weeks? Did you receive care for this, for your baby? Not yet.
Given her claim, it's even more urgent to get help to her quickly. The Blythe dispatcher attempts to confirm the coordinates she gave California Highway Patrol.
So you're saying that the coordinates that they're giving you is 33.4653?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she was reading it off in degrees, minutes, and seconds.
So do you remember the last freeway before the mountains? I know that you don't know where you're at right now.
It was Neighbors Boulevard.
Neighbors Boulevard?
Yeah, because I was going to go home.
And where's home for you?
I'm in Ehrenberg. I was staying at the Comfort Suite.
Ehrenberg is just east of Blythe, but it's worth noting that Neighbors Boulevard is further south, closer to the true coordinates she gave the first dispatcher. Even though Amanda mentioned heading toward the city, she's given plenty of clues suggesting she's far from civilization, and her statements yet again hint that she may not be fully grounded in reality.
You're by yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm by myself. I don't know what happened. I was just remembering that people were trying to kill me. They were. And so I was driving away and they just...
Okay, you first said that you were falling asleep and now you're saying people were trying to kill you?
Yeah, they were. I remember taking like a drink from Jack in the Box. It tasted like cocaine. And it was a black guy that gave it to me.
Who gave it to you?
A black guy. He didn't hand me a straw and I was like, that's weird.
Okay, did he work at Jack in the Box?
Yeah, he did.
And you said that your drink tasted like cocaine?
Yeah, because I started getting recorded and I was like having an outer body experience and I was like slapping myself and telling myself to wake up and keep going. I was freaking out.
Though Amanda's bizarre remarks have largely gone unaddressed, the dispatcher now seems to take them more seriously, trying to determine whether they're the result of injury or something else entirely.
How are you feeling right now?
Scared.
Weird?
Yeah, just weird and scared.
But do you think that when we find you, we need to send an ambulance to you?
Yeah.
Do you think it's because you're hurt, or what do you feel?
I taste blood in my mouth.
Do you have any other medical issues that we maybe need to know about?
Head trauma?
Head trauma?
Yeah. Yeah, my neck was hurting, my back was hurting.
From the accident?
Yeah, but...
Okay. Is there any kind of possible mental disorders that you might have?
It's like PTSD.
PTSD?
Yeah.
Okay.
When the dispatcher asks how much battery is left on her phone, Amanda confirms it's at 36%. They advise her to charge her phone in her car, apparently forgetting that she told them she's a mile away from her vehicle.
Are you guys going to find me?
We're contacting multiple people right now to try to figure out what is the best thing for you, the best way to find you, okay?
Okay.
All right, just take all precautions for your safety, Amanda. If anything changes, call back in.
Okay.
All right, you can disconnect.
As California Highway Patrol begins searching the Blythe area, attempts to locate her are unsuccessful. Sometime later, Amanda calls dispatchers back, but it's clear that time is quickly running out.
911 Emergency, what are we reporting?
I'm getting really weak.
Okay, is this Amanda?
Yeah.
Okay, Amanda. Okay, so we have people gonna go look for you right now, okay?
I'm super busy. I don't think I could do it anymore.
Well, okay, what do you see around you?
I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mountains.
Okay, what else? And around you, like on the floor, like a house?
No.
You don't see any houses at all?
No.
Nothing at all, huh? How far are you from your car?
Like a mile, going towards like that big mountain. I'm scared.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, ma'am.
I'm super scared.
The dispatcher once again attempts to get Amanda to read off her coordinates, but in her current state, she's unable to navigate her phone correctly.
It says until Wednesday.
It says until what?
Wednesday.
Wednesday what? I don't understand.
For 6 hours. I don't know what it's doing. Hold on. Let me share my location.
Have you ever used text to 911 before?
No.
Okay, so just go to like if you can send a text message.
Mhm.
Okay, go to your messages and then to where it says 2, and you just put 911, and then in the messages just put down maybe like I need help, and see if anybody gets it. Did it go through?
No.
It didn't go through? Is it because maybe you don't have good service?
No.
You don't have good service at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
He once again transfers Amanda to another dispatcher, who tries to reassure her that help is on the way.
Hello, Amanda.
Hi.
Hi, what's going on now?
I'm gonna faint.
Hold on 1 moment. Trying to find you, okay?
Okay.
All right, just call back if you need anything else, but we have officers headed that way, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
But help never comes for Amanda, and her voice is never heard by dispatchers again. The following day, Amanda's family reports her missing to the Blythe Police Department. In an EWU exclusive interview, we spoke with Amanda's sister Caitlin and her mother Jamie, who shared what happened following their report.
They assumed Amanda didn't want to be found. They said, we're not going out there until there's a body. See, Amanda was in a state of psychosis because she had just gotten out of rehab. And for some reason, every time she gets clean, her body goes into psychosis. And it's like nothing is normal with her. She's like a 7-year-old child. And she was calling 911 like the whole day before. She was on the bus, the city bus, with no shoes on, just riding around. I mean, they had a lot of interactions with Amanda, and they were really tired of dealing with her.
It isn't until 1 week later, on March 6th, that La Paz County deputies are alerted to a chilling discovery made by hikers in the wilderness.
Okay, so we were on a trail out there in Cibola, and we were coming around on a trail, and we saw a blue Toyota. It was stuck in the sand.
Okay.
And so there wasn't nobody around. There wasn't nobody in the car. There was like white paper, like sheets of paper, and there was a sheet. We didn't go up to the car. We just like passed it, and then we waited, and a friend got out and kind of looked inside and saw a car seat, and then they saw a piece of paper like in the door, like he thought maybe someone left a note. And so he pulled the paper out and looked at it, and it had Bible verses on it.
According to Amanda's mother and sister, they learned of the car's location when the hikers posted a photo of it on Facebook.
We had to go out there and find the car. The police didn't do it. We had to show them where it was.
The car was found near the coordinates Amanda initially gave dispatchers. Images provided by the family reveal that Amanda's car was not on any main roads and had become lodged on a large boulder. The rear tire was no longer in contact with the ground, and the front wheels had become buried in the rocky terrain. They diligently searched the area, but were only able to find a few items Amanda left behind, including her red inhaler.
Yeah. We were searching out there. There was people on horseback. They even had cadaver dogs out there. The Paws had cadaver dogs out there, and they somehow did not find her.
Hopeful she may return to the car, Amanda's mother left a note under the windshield. According to police records, La Paz County deputies attempted to ping Amanda's phone on March 8th, but it was giving no location and was likely turned off. The search continues for weeks until the family finally gets a hold of the original 911 call and hears the coordinates Amanda gave to 911.
She was so calm, and she was perfect. I was so proud of her on the 911 call for being able to tell them the exact coordinates. She wasn't out of her mind. I just don't understand what happened out there.
On March 29th, 1 month after she was reported missing, La Paz County deputies received word that a family member named Rodney has found her body. Just after 8 p.m., a deputy meets with him to confirm the grim discovery.
How did you guys come across her?
We were looking for her. I don't know how you guys didn't find her.
Yeah, we were out here with cadaver dogs and everything for days.
That's I don't know. It's not far from the car.
Really?
Yeah.
According to police records, Amanda's body was found approximately 1 mile away from her car.
Okay, so how far are you from the car?
Like a mile.
Do you need a side-by-side to get out there? I know I've been out to the car.
Side-by-side car. Yeah.
I can get to the car with my truck. Where the car was? Is it further than that?
You can get in here. I'll take you to the body.
Okay,
yeah,
well, I'll follow you as far as I can go.
Yeah.
And then if I need to jump in with you, then we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The deputy joins Rodney in his off-road vehicle as they head deeper into the desert to meet with another family member named Eric, who is waiting by Amanda's remains. They finally reach the location, which they've marked with a glow stick.
Where? Right there. No, I see her.
suffer up a little bit. But
Are they really?
Yeah, she looks like she took off her clothes.
Amanda's decomposing body is laid on its side, fully nude and nearly hidden beneath a Palo Verde tree. A chilling sight that leaves them with more questions than answers.
yeah, passport, everything.
Okay. Did you guys find her passport over there with her belongings?
Yeah.
And it has her name on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have her cell phone and her purse right here in my...
Gotcha. How far is her belongings? Walkable?
Yeah. So we walked up, we passed her, and we didn't realize, we didn't smell.
Yeah.
And then we just turned around, and he found her clothes. And then I kept on jetting up to the wash, thinking I would find her like 500 yards, didn't find her. I was like, dude, I need to go back to the Razor to get some cell phone reception and make a call. And then when I walked out here, I smelled death.
Gotcha.
And I said, Eric, there's somebody dead, and I looked to my left, and she was right there.
Gotcha.
Having seen the tragic discovery for himself, the deputy decides to call for more backup. Meanwhile, a heartbreaking detail emerges from the family.
I'm so sorry for you guys' loss.
We're raising her daughter.
Oh, okay.
And so her mom, we've had her daughter for the last 2 years. She has 2 kids. We have one of them. She's only 2.
They would later explain that Amanda's older daughter, who is around 6 or 7 years old, is in the care of the child's paternal grandmother.
I've known her for years. She suffered from mental health issues. She had substance use issues. She's before I got text messages before she ended up missing. Man, she wasn't in the right mind. She was thinking people were chasing her.
People were trying to kill me. They were.
Amanda's sister shared a video to Facebook showing Amanda leaving her hotel room at 3:44 a.m., hours before she made the 911 call. In the footage, Amanda appears to pull her hoodie tight around her face, as though trying to shield herself from view.
And just the fact that her car's out here is like, just let you know.
And she got stuck too, so...
Yeah, but why the would you be out here?
It's so random, definitely, but, I mean...
She was tripping, man. She was tripping.
But still, I mean... I don't know. I don't know all the rumors and stuff of exactly what happened in the beginning, but I feel like...
a lot of conspiracy theories, man, but if you listen to the car, like, dude, she's stuck. She's confused. She doesn't know where the hell she's at.
For her to walk barefoot like that, I don't know.
It's just something that...
It's definitely some suspicion here. Can't rule out foul play, at this point.
While Rodney returns to the main road to drive in more deputies, Eric stays behind, expressing frustration that they found Amanda so quickly after gaining access to the 911 call.
It was just, that dispatch. He kept on cutting her off and wouldn't let her talk, Did you listen to it?
No.
Yeah. It sucks. Like, if you listen to it, he's just like, he's trying to help, but he's, like, not letting her speak, And I was like, dude. So, if you type in those coordinates, like, the degrees as decimal, I think it puts you back over by the 95.
Yeah.
I think it's like a 4-degree, I don't know. Mm-hmm. But, so that's where they went out and searched, and they couldn't find And, So it just sucks. There was no water next to her stuff. Like, that's just
definitely, man.
Once more deputies arrive, they're led to Amanda's remains.
No animals got to her?
No, surprisingly. Not sure how that's possible.
I don't know if you can see, but she has a tattoo on her right hand.
So she's totally nude and her clothes are someplace different?
Looks like her clothes are down there, man. It looks like she took them off.
Looks like she moved some dirt around to kind of make it...
Try to stay warm, probably.
One deputy would later describe the ground beneath her as being possibly cleared out to lay under, similar to that of nesting or making a bed. Still, they're not convinced there isn't a more sinister explanation.
I don't know why she would be walking naked with no shoes.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
We didn't find no shoes.
Suspicious. She wasn't wearing shoes. Like, it's just weird.
You could have driven.
Yeah. Dropped it there.
Here and dropped her.
paranoid, but you're not gonna take off if you don't have shoes on, you're gonna take off your clothes and walk that way, and just like, it's just weird. It's a possibility, but like, I don't know.
Adding to their concerns is the fact that Amanda's shoes are nowhere to be found, and one of the 2 phones she's known to use is missing. For now, additional family members arrive on scene, and they're equally frustrated with how the dispatcher handled her call for help.
You never give someone options. You let them talk.
Yeah, you let them
question them and let them answer.
You know, he was leading.
Are you in a field or in a ditch? Yeah, I'm in a ditch.
There's a lot of it, and that's
Are
all.
you on the 78 maybe? Possibly. Like, you never do that.
Aside from the suggestions, they note the many clues the dispatchers seemingly ignored.
There's a 911 call. I'm on a mountain. I can see fields. I can see a canal. I feel like I'm gonna faint, and then that was it. So I'm like, okay, if she's having withdrawals, if she's on that fentanyl, she could have had a heart attack.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And that's where she stayed.
This theory also leads him to consider a possible explanation for her lack of clothing.
If you're having withdrawals, you feel like you're trying to climb out of your skin. Like, I've seen people go through that. And you will do anything to like peel your clothes off, whatever you like. Just a panic attack would make you do that.
Yeah.
You're trying to escape that feeling. You're just trying to do anything you can to escape it.
He also considers that Amanda may have left her clothes behind to create a trail for others to follow. However, her lack of clothing may be explained by paradoxical undressing, a phenomenon sometimes seen in fatal hypothermia. As body temperature drops to a critical level, a person can become disoriented and feel a false sensation of heat, leading them to remove their clothing despite the cold.
And she probably didn't even have water with her, huh? Yeah, because I think she went to get service and did not plan on not coming back to her car.
Yeah, and she could have gotten lost from her car.
So she never took water with her.
For Amanda's mother and sister, that theory raised more questions than answers.
I don't understand why she couldn't have walked out of there.
I know, Mama.
She's strong enough to do that, and she didn't. She had to be in a state of confusion or something back there and couldn't find her way back to her car. I don't know why she couldn't have at least found her way back to her car.
Even more unsettling, however, is the thought of what she may have endured while waiting for help that was promised to her, but never came.
It just bothers me, like, that she was out here suffering, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you stand here right now,
Just quiet.
just how quiet it is and pitch black
And
and scared alone like that. With me.
One family member describes the heartbreaking way Amanda's mother tried searching for her in the vast desert.
She kept saying, I need to find my daughter. My daughter's out here. I need to find her somewhere.
She was yelling. I was like,
Crying.
dude, that broke my heart. She's like, Amanda.
Yeah. She's like, I'm not going to give up. She said, my daughter's out here somewhere. And that's all she kept saying. And I know she's like, she just told me, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to go.
And as Amanda is a mother herself, they consider the impact this will have on her 2 daughters, who will never see their mother alive again.
At the end of the day, she's a mom.
Yeah. She always talked about the baby. She was showing videos. And myself and I have to explain to her daughter. She called me crying. The baby was crying. So the mom, I saw her mommy on TV. She wanted her mommy.
We asked Amanda's mother and sister for an update on Amanda's 2 children, only to learn of another heartbreaking tragedy.
They're doing good. Her oldest daughter had lost her dad as well.
Just 2 months after.
Just 2 months after Amanda.
Overdose.
At 1:48 a.m. the following morning, Amanda's remains are carefully placed in a black body bag and transported out of the wilderness with the help of family members on scene. 1 month later, on April 21st, a group of students camping in the Trigo Wilderness stumbled across Amanda's missing phone and shoes, not far from where her remains were found. Following Amanda's autopsy, the medical examiner revealed no findings of trauma or projectile injuries, listing the manner of death as undetermined. Nothing indicated the presence of illicit drugs or alcohol, and the findings make no mention of anything that could support Amanda's claim that she suffered the loss of an unborn child during her ordeal.
She was a bright light. She was ornery. She was very ornery.
But it made her who she was.
Yeah.
And we loved her for it.
According to police records, the case of 26-year-old Amanda Ninegar was officially closed, citing no evidence of foul play. Amanda's mother shared that a second autopsy was performed, in which the report stated she likely succumbed to the elements.
We haven't had a celebration of life for her yet. We have $1,000, but I don't feel that's enough. I feel so bad and ashamed because we haven't done that yet. I just want it to be perfect, and I'm not ready to let her go.
According to police records, Amanda's body was cremated, and on May 15, 2024, her ashes were released to her mother.
This is a hell realm. This is a hell realm. Yes! Yes! Hell realm. Conspiracy stands in the fire. Demonic little zombies. Burn, burn, cockroaches. It's your turn to learn the hard way. This is a hell realm filled with disease, evil, and suffering. Get down on your knees, pray to a monster, and call it a god, call it a god. Go! Worship and praise, mindless zombie slaves, waste all of your days. Realizing where you are in reality, you are not free. You are not This is a hell realm. This is a hell zombie, slave, demons, worship and praise, worship it. Cockroaches, you lazy, lazy spirits, cradle to grave, you are controlled, you lazy spirits, zombie slaves.
Hello, everyone. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
And now, from beyond our dimension, this is the Jeff Mara Podcast. Here's Jeff.
My guest is Ann Tucker, trance channel for information from the angelic realm. The messages she brings through offer angelic guidance that will help prepare us and usher us through the planetary shift in consciousness. Ann, welcome back. It's great to see you again.
Thanks so much, Jeff. It's great to be here with you. Thanks.
Well, for people that are meeting you here for the very first time, can you give us a little bit of your background and how you started channeling the angelic realm?
Yeah, sure. I didn't start out that way. I started out very conventional in my life. You know, I started out in the corporate world. I worked at Microsoft. I was a contract negotiator, and then I went into executive coaching from there. And, you know, you would think that phase of my life was like a weird little, you know, like, why did I go this way and end up this way? But I think that's the beautiful thing is as my life has kind of come to this point, I realized that everything had a purpose, that everything was in its own way guiding me to where I am now. Like even that work, the work that I was doing then plays a role in what I do today. So that is one thing, just as a side note, that I always say to people who are wondering, like, what is my purpose? What is my path? I always say, trust the container that your life has become and look within it because the answers are in it. But yeah, so I started out there and I went through my big moment, like rug pull moment. I think a lot of people have a moment. Sometimes it's divorce or losing a job. For me, it was divorce. And that was so hard at the time, but ended up being such an incredible blessing. It's such a gift because it was the thing that I had to shake free. You know, I was asleep. My heart was closed. And the only way out of that, like, I don't think I wasn't open to the idea that my life was not coming from a place of who I really am. You know what I mean? I thought I wanted to preserve my life the way that it was. So it really had to all crack apart. And that's what happened in my divorce, you know, completely shattered all of my ideas about what my life was going to be and everything. So from that point, as soon as that happened, I started having a lot of really incredible psychic experiences, and they just piled one on top of another on top of another. It just opened me up. And then I became just obsessively interested in pursuing to try to figure out what was happening and what it meant. And I learned I was meant to be a channel. So I wasn't trance channeling in the beginning. I was clairvoyant, clairsentient. So I would see and feel things. I would know things all of a sudden. And then one day I sat out to meditate. And then I all of a sudden felt this incredible pressure. The minute I closed my eyes, I felt this pressure on my chest and on my forehead. It felt like something was sitting on me. And I was used to channeling clairvoyantly, like I said, with my guides and working on people. So I thought my guides were just trying to connect with me, but I was like, why are you sitting on me? And I couldn't figure it out. And this went for the whole time. Like I was trying to just breathe through it. It was so intense. I could barely breathe. It was like it was just squishing right here. And I couldn't figure it out. And for like 6 months, the minute I would close my eyes to meditate, boom, that pressure would come on. And I could not for the life of me understand what was happening. And finally, after about 6 months, I realized they weren't trying to come in or to connect this way. They were trying to draw me up into a higher vibration. And what I was feeling was the difference of the pressure of my vibration compared to their vibration, that they were trying to pull me into this higher vibration. And I felt it as a physical pressure, just like if you were leaving Earth and you would feel the G-forces of Earth against you. So as soon as I realized that, my crown chakra opened and up I went. And I could see the angels through my third eye. I could see them around me. And I was all excited and ready to talk. And like, yeah, I was, you can imagine, I was totally thrilled. And then I sat there waiting for them to say something, and they didn't. And they just sat there and smiled at me. And I was trying everything. I'm like, I was trying to like sign language. I'm trying to, what I mean? Can you write something on a tablet? Like how do angels communicate? Nothing. And that went on for 6 months, where the minute I'd sit down and meditate, I'd go up immediately. There they'd be, and they'd just be waiting for me to figure it out. So it was like the worst kind of, what do they call those rooms you go to where you're trying to like find your way out of the room?
The escape rooms.
Escape room. It was like the worst kind of escape room because yeah, I was so close, and yet I could not figure it out. And then finally, after about another 6 months, it occurred to me, and I was just experimenting. I would just try different things, which I would also say is something to consider as people are on their journey, that so much about how we evolve and learn to work with our gifts is by trying and just trying things out and experimenting and seeing what works. There's a whole element of creativity in the process. So one day I had the idea that what if I went up like I normally did, and then I stayed there, but I kind of put a part of myself back in my body. And the part that I chose to put is like, I got a pad of paper and a pen. And I said, okay, I'm going to keep my consciousness up here, but I'm going to have my hand here ready to see if I can get any words. And as soon as I did that, as soon as I made that connection, I kept part of myself up there and part of myself down here. Boom. All of a sudden it was like a tunnel opened, like a pipe, and words started flowing down the pipe. And so I started out with writing, and then they told me, try dictating. And so I bought dictation software, and I started, and they soon enough, they were just coming through. And so it grew from there. And and then it became, it was an incredible process of learning to trans-channel.
When they pulled you up,
Yeah.
were they pulling you out of your body like you were having an OBE?
No, no, it's a very unusual thing that the vision was extremely clear, but at any moment I decided I wanted out of that vision, I could bring my awareness back to my body and open my eyes. So it wasn't so immersive that I was like detached from my physical body. I was experiencing a vision is the best way I would describe it. But it was intense enough that it was undeniable that it was there.
Maybe it was more like you were astral projecting your consciousness there.
Yeah, it was my consciousness that went, exactly. Yeah.
Not everything.
Right.
You said something earlier, which I found interesting. You were talking about your life as a container. I'm not sure what the words were because I didn't write it down, but many people say that our bodies are a container for our soul, but you're saying it a little bit different, that your life is a container. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think your body, of course, is a place that our, it is the container that helps our soul to be here. But within that, we have the life that we create. And I believe, and I have in my experience has been, that everything in your life is purposeful and meaningful. So there's no accidents in your life. And if we think about like, okay, well, who am I meant to be? Maybe there's somebody that you look out into your world and you might admire somebody and say, wow, I would love to do what they do, or I would love you. Maybe you're really into art.
Channeling Ela.
Yes, Isla. Yeah.
Isla, who is that?
She's an amazing, amazing being. She is the mother of creation, which is the mother of all souls. So she started coming to me a couple years ago in my dream state. And in the beginning, I was really afraid of her, to be honest, because her energy is really, really, really big. And I didn't understand. I had never heard of her before. I had no understand. There was nowhere I could place her. It wasn't like I could look at her and be like, oh, you're this Roman goddess, or you're this, Hawaiian goddess. There's nothing like she was none of those things. So I didn't understand. I knew that it was a female energy, but it just was. So the first time she showed up to me in my dreams, I saw her, she portrayed herself as a water goddess. And I saw in the dream a little girl, which would have been me in the dream, in like an underwater, like one of those aquariums where you look through the glass and you can see underwater. And she portrayed herself as like a cement goddess, like we would think of like a statue, but she was giant and beautiful and moving, right? She was alive. And there was a little girl that had her hand on the glass, and she had her hand on the glass. And that was the whole dream, just trying to show me she was trying to make contact. And then I had another dream where I'm out in the middle of the ocean with a bunch of people on a raft floating in the ocean. And I know this being, right? Scary being is coming for me. And it's like a giant cloud coming. I know it's coming for me, and I'm afraid. And I tell everybody, I know it's coming for me. So I say, save yourselves, like run away. And everybody else goes away. And it's just me. And I'm just waiting for this, like the doom to come. And she comes and she just very gently settles down next to me and just waits. And that's the whole dream. And she's just trying to show me my fear and help me get over it. And it took me about a year to kind of get the nerve up. And then one day I was in meditation and she came in the first time I channeled her, and she was so excited after all this time waiting for me that she stayed in for hours, like hours. And I finally was like, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go get some food. I'm exhausted. And, but it was incredible, just incredible. In the beginning, she taught me, because I didn't understand. Like, so the first thing she showed me when she first came in to try to convey to me this idea that she's a mother was she showed me, so that she comes in, the meditation starts, and I see same way I get these very intense visions. I see Jesus, Yeshua, going to be incarnated, like he's on his way, and I see him walking down a dirt road. And I see a woman watching him walk away, and she's kneeling in the dirt road watching him. And I feel her feelings. I feel it as like a mix of like, she's got so much love for him. And then she knows what's going to happen in his life. So she has that angst about like, he's going to have so much pain. And she feels all those things. And I realize, oh, this must be his mother. And I'm thinking from it, I'm like, but wait a minute, he's going. So I think it must be Mary, because like, oh, his mother is watching him. And then I realized, wait a minute, he's not incarnated yet. He's going to be incarnated. So that can't be Mary. And then I asked the question, well, then who is that? And as soon as I asked that question, boom, the vision shifts, and I'm taken to see her before she became creative. I see her as an ethereal being, as one of the primary, like the first energies in the universe. And I see her there, and I see her as a sort of a feminine energy, but she's transparent. Almost like, imagine like if you were looking at the constellations, if they were an actual person, like all the dots connected, but you can see right through it. Like that's what she looked like, but she was an energy. And then she guided me through this whole experience, seeing how she was united with the Grand Central Sun and it gave her this creative gift, this creative power, and and I felt the presence of God talking to her and teaching her. It was amazing, just amazing. So yeah, so she's one of the primary, like the first energies that God created and she is basically the creator of our universe through, like, God gave her this power. And then she says we will all eventually become universe creators, just like her.
Well, as you know, it's crazy out there. Things are just going, crazy, to put it shortly. And I brought you back for one reason, is to see what's coming up in 2026. We've talked about the solar flash and other things. Where are we with all that stuff?
Yeah. It's really been interesting because my trance channeling started back in 2020. And I did at one point collect all of those messages specifically about what's coming next into a book. It's actually this book right here. And it is called appropriately, What is Coming Next? What's coming next? And it breaks it down based on like all of the major events that were kind of talked about as leading up to the shift. And I would encourage people to think about those events as like breadcrumbs or lanterns that we can look to say we are headed in the right direction. We're headed there, that things do need to unwind in order for that energy to be freed so that it can be used to build the new, what we would call new earth, or the new reality. And we are well on our journey to that happening. And so just as an example, to look at if people can look back to where we were in 2020 and some of the messages that came through then, and I got a lot of these messages back then. And back then I felt like a crazy person because I thought nobody would believe this. So one of the messages that came back then was the United States will lose its political hegemony. That was like, it will no longer be the same kind of power in the world. And at the time when I shared that, I thought that just seems so weird. Like, how could that possibly happen? And now look at where we are today, where all of our alliances are falling apart, where the dollar has never been weaker, right? We are losing our political power in the world. It's happening, just like they said. They said that the United States would fall apart, that it would not be the same sort of structure that it is today. Back in 2020, that sounded ridiculous. Nobody could imagine that would happen. But look where we are today, where it feels more plausible than ever, and people are talking about it all the time. So there was also things that the angels shared. Lots of stuff about payment processing being pivotal to the unwinding, which has been absolutely true, that when the United States put sanctions on Russia, those sanctions happened through payment processing, that they sanctioned Russia's ability to use the SWIFT payment processing system. And when that happened, that was what actually led to the loss of the petrodollar, where it actually was the beginning.
Brothers and sisters, Jack Talcott here again. So in a few different arenas, privately, publicly, I've made some self-identifications, and others of, we're humans. We like to label things. So one of the newer self-identifications I've claimed is anti-capitalist or socialist, but I prefer actually just to think about it as being capitalist or socialist, but claimed as anti-capitalist or socialist, but I prefer self-identifications I've claimed as anti-capitalist or socialist, but I prefer actually just to think about it as being a decent human being. And let me explain what I mean, because I know those terms draw a lot of viciousness and defense. We've been taught, and this is the way it is, and this is what works. Let me toss a couple thoughts your way. So, my education of our history through this civilization, I don't know of any other attempts. I was never taught of other attempts at anything other than capitalism around Jesus' time, around the founding of our nation.
Hey there everybody, I just felt like doing a... Hey there everybody, I just felt like doing a... Hey there everybody, I just felt like doing a... Hey there everybody, I just felt like doing a little video. Hey there everybody, I just felt like doing a little video to catch up more than anything. I've no specific topic I want to talk about other than just the general melee of whatever the fuck we want to call this experience. I don't think we can call it life, because I just don't think that is the correct word for it at all. I feel, to be honest, right, more than ever before, I am speechless. Speechless, literally. Language cannot, there are no words in language to describe accurately the way that I feel, or the way that this insanity is revealing itself, is unfolding, is affecting me mentally, emotionally, physically, materially, whatever the fuck that even means, right? I mean, I think physicality is just a fucking illusion. I really, really do. I don't trust science, okay? I never have. I just know instinctively that it's there to distort and keep us trapped. But there is always pearls, and there's always bits of truth woven throughout everything. And when it comes to physics, quantum physics or whatever, they like to tell us the truth, and then they wrap it in so many lies that it ultimately sends you off in a completely wrong direction. However, it's when you can see through the bullshit, through the truths, hidden within it, you know, that you have a gift going. I seem to be able to do that quite well. And atoms don't really exist, particles don't really exist, obviously, but everything here is set up like it would be in a simulation. It really just is, right? And it is something that unfolds according to the consciousness of the observer, right? So that when they come at you, as they do in a new cage, with, oh, you create your own reality. Well, in a way, that there is some truth to that. There is. But it's way more complex than they want you to understand. They don't really want you, because one thing I have noticed again and again, more now than ever before, especially when I rummage through your sort of social anti-social platform things, whatever, I see that all the sort of genuine, organic, authentic channels run by genuine, authentic, souled people are beginning to say, they just seem to disappear. I don't think they're gone, I just think they're languishing at the very bottom, and people just don't come across them because they're not being given it, they're not being shown it, right? So unless you know the name
Psychos! Demons! You play with fire. The king approaches! The king! The king! The Raven King! If you play with fire, you will get burned! Play with fire! Demons! Zombies! Cockroaches! Dance in the fire! Dance in the fire! Filthy asshole liar! Dance in the fire! Play in the fire! Burn! 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 The king of the castle burns! The dirty rascals! Don't play with the king! Filthy peasant underlings! Piss ends! Ravens and crows, watch over you! Bow to the Raven King! Bow down, peasants! Kiss the ring! Kiss the ring! Kiss the king's boots! Buzz! 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 Birds! 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 Burn! Shut the fuck up! Piss ants! Cockroaches! Balls! Bears! Snares! Shut the fuck up! And burn! Burn! Demons! Burn! 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 Burn!
Alex Grey is the most iconic and influential visionary artist of our time. His work translates the invisible depths of our consciousness into physical form. What are interdimensional beings? Why do people so regularly report seeing machine elves? Why is it when people do ayahuasca, they commonly see snakes and serpents?
It's because we're in the realm of the divine imagination, a place we don't really quite understand at all, but is now accessible.
If you were to offer one thing to a person to open themselves up, to be able to channel their own creativity, what would you suggest?
One of the things that we used to do also was
Alex and Allison Grey, thank you guys so much for being here.
Alex Grey and Allison Grey.
Alex Grey and Allison Grey, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Really, that's why I tried to remind you. See, it is important to us that we both have a name.
Oh.
Full name.
I love that. How do we parse the different realms of consciousness? What is the dream state? What is the waking state? What is the psychedelic state? Are they all the same thing? Are we entering different dimensions?
I think that it's a great question about the differentiation between the different states of consciousness. And certainly then you can throw in all the neurocorrelates to those things involving brain waves and involving different kinds of endogenous or exogenous substances and influences. So, and also the so-called waking state, has many, many different dimensions to it as well, from conceptual to the kind of kinesthetic intelligence you need to maneuver your body around. And so there's a lot of different states that are part of that general waking state. Just like, we've had endless different kinds of dreams, which put us in completely strange realms and plot lines that we just seems like so deep and so weird and so real, too, in some way. But yet when we wake up from that dream, we say, oh my God, wow, I was having just such an amazing dream. I don't think that we go into the dreams and say, I had such a weird day. It was so cool, and like talk about it to our dream partner, somehow like, I know I had the weird day too, like where it was just so normal, and I couldn't wait to get into the rubber room, with you. And so, I don't know whether that happens in the dream realm, but I've never remembered.
Well, I'd like to predict.
Whereas,
okay, good.
Then in the psychedelic state, you've got resemblances, depending on dosage, you've got resemblances between this kind of rubber room of the dream world where you have any kind of scenario and environment can suddenly exist. If we were, quote, on drugs, you'd say we were hallucinating this complete and full reality that envelops us every night in our dreams, whether we remember them or not. They're pretty amazingly detailed, and they probably have a lot of lessons, and we might even meet some beings and things like that can teach us. Some masters with great clarity have a dream yoga where they do access Dakini wisdom or Deva wisdom, or the great master will give them instructions. We had a visit from a Tibetan Lama who received blueprints of a temple night after night until he got the complete temple, which he built. But they were all from the clarity of the dream state. So there is a way to treat the dream state as a spiritual environment that you can, both learn to work with and learn to receive great wisdom from another dimension that works with dreams. And so then the psychedelic state is access to some of those multiple dimensions of reality, you know, that many people have experienced, you know, from an overlay of a kind of like, we seem to be perceiving a kind of seething, more fluid kind of world. It may even have interlacing grid works and things like that that can appear in multiple different colors depending on our environment. We may see, you know, kind of rainbows and sparkles at things as they're coming on, and then it may completely erase our environment. And we can have complete whiteouts, you know, with a 5-MeO kind of, you know, blanking out, quote, reality, you know, or the physical environment from our perception, and going to what you could argue, or many people would say, is an experience of melting into their boundless identity with the source of consciousness, you know, and which can be terrifying because you lose your body, you lose your what you thought was your safe self. There's no narrative. It's just the source, and you are that. And it's more like you're reading the Upanishads or something, you know, that you recognize that there's no difference between you and source consciousness, that it's kind of like rubbing you, it's giving you a God swirly, you know, like, remember this, you know, don't forget that you're the source, you know, that you're connected with a boundless, infinite, universal, and omnipresent through the consciousness of all beings, that you're connected with that, and there's no separation. And so when you get that,
can I say something
it's not
about separation
theory anymore. You know,
I want to say something about separation, and that touches on that. I when you are dreaming and you wake up to being awake, there's a separation. It's almost like a tiny little difficult birth. It's like you're back to the bed that you. And when I think that when you are born, it's a abrupt, you know, challenge to the body mind, you know. And when you die, it's an abrupt challenge to the body mind. And I think that death actually closes that gap. It basically closes it, you know, at least temporarily stops the abrupt shifts that you have to overcome. Like you know, like when I stop dreaming, I'm disappointed because I was in the middle of something. And then when I come back, I'm happy that I'm there. So it's like there's this thing that keeps happening. It's like ka-chunk, 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 you know, between dreaming and sleep and awakening. And I think that that's like the birth and death experience in a weird way, which is much more challenging. But that death itself is the combining of that thread of consciousness that you take with you to sleep and you take with you to death. It's just you don't have to keep waking up and going to sleep, waking up, going to sleep. You get to continue your adventure.
In a new nutshell, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well,
not a nutshell, a freedom, a complete freedom of the nutshell.
Yeah, no.
It's not, there's no inner or outer at that point. A nutshell is the outer. And so you don't have to keep coming out. You're just there.
Stay the radiant kernel.
Until you decide to reincarnate. And that's what happens to most people. Their consciousness reincarnates into something else. Oh, I pray to God that my reincarnated self is as lucky as my incarnated for this personal lifetime. I don't know. It's been a tremendous gift with many challenges. I mean, don't get me wrong, and a lot of lessons too.
What do you believe is the function of being incarnated into these dualistic spacesuits we call human? What is the game that we're playing here?
Yeah, what did you?
I did want to bring in that last.
Yeah, please. Yeah,
wakefulness, basically, and is there a more real dimension? And I just wanted to say that when back in June 3rd, 1976, which for me was a life-changing, for us, was a life-changing mystical experience, where we experienced ourselves as kind of like these toroidal flowing fountains and drains simultaneously of love energy. There was like a node, like a ball, basically. And you were one of these things. And maybe like one of these lines of this infinite fountain of light was the life you were living. All of the other like kind of fountain lines were like infinite other lifetimes. And you were this cell of energy, but you were having an experience out in a certain dimension and reporting back. Somehow you were going to, after the lifetime was over, you were going to report back. It was all going to be part of this cell. It was like a cell in the body of spirit or God or the boundless infinite interconnectedness, because right next to me was another being, and we were all nested together and sharing this same kind of energy. And the energy was love energy. And that's what went through all of the different cells, was this infinite love energy that was like, for each one of us was a unique fountain, and yet an interconnected. You had a position in the field, but you recognized that you were part of the infinite body, basically.
Can I say something about why I think that was so important to us? Because it was the moment when we both tripped, with blindfolds on, not talking or touching, and no one around, just the two of us. And we felt at one with each other and the all. It was our combined contact with divinity that we both saw and drew and knew that each other was there, and the drawings sort of proved it. I mean, we kind of, and I think that it was also the moment when we realized that this was the most important thing to make art about, because we had been making art about the self primarily. Each one of us, we met in art schools. So we were, interested in each other's work first. I mean, we were in this class about performance art, mixed media, and conceptual art. So that was where our heads were at in art school. And we met because Alex had this God contact experience in my apartment at my party in 1975. And I had that experience after I read Remember, Be Here Now. See, I read Remember, Be Here Now, and I changed dramatically. My life changed. I on a dime, I had to find a place to meditate. And one of my greatest works or bodies of work, The Secret Writing, which people connect with me, came from that experience. Everything was covered with the secret writing, and all the secret writing was washing all over everything. And a voice said to me, "This is what some people call God." And I was a, traditional Reformed Jew, but I was very political, and I was much more a political activist at the time, and not really experiencing or my spiritual side, which I think I kind of left out. And I started, and the Ram Dass book really, after the Secret Writing appeared, encouraged me to find some place to meditate. And that's when I started meditating, when I was 19. And I met Alex when I was 21. And he had this experience in my apartment that sounded very, very like what I had got. You know, I had to change all my friends. I had no friends after that because I had to find a whole new community. And then I found Alex, and I guess 3 years later. And, you know, we just never left, really. That's how we connected and never really left. So, but this experience that we had together was a year later, almost to the day. And we both experienced this connectedness and interconnectedness that was connected. And we realized that this is what we should be making our art about. And so our art changed from being very, you know, about the self, like I say, like a lot of young, 20 somethings. And, you know, it's about the self all your life, but it's a very introspective period for knowing who you are. And we realized that spirituality was in our future.
Yeah.
Together.
And that this experience to us, and the noting that the other had the same experience and described it in pretty much the same way, you know, gave us the sense that, well, this is obviously, it's a place people can go. And we have met people who have been there. The thing I wanted to say about it was that this was an experience of being in this space, was feeling that, oh my God, I was in the dream of a life. It was so incredible. You know, now this is what's really real, is this. This is what's actually going on. And the other was it's kind of a dream, the life. And then coming back after, you know, realizing, oh, you were tripping and you had this experience, but you opened up into this space. Now, we hadn't read any descriptions of any of these kind of mystical states, and it took us a little bit by surprise, even though we had been taking some journeys. But I think that it catalyzed our profound interest in the subject of consciousness, the nature of selfhood, and you know, and how wisdom might and the different spiritual traditions have touched upon these areas.
And our work became about the light, really, both of us, even in our very, very different ways.
Transcendental light goes through both of our works.
And also, we work together, so.
I'd like to take a moment and share a word from our sponsor. This podcast is brought to you by AX3 BioPure Astaxanthin. I am personally very excited about astaxanthin from AX3 because astaxanthin is hands down one of the strongest natural compounds on the face of the planet to support in longevity by reducing chronic inflammation in the body and also reducing oxidative stress on the body. So it's very helpful for the health and the youthfulness of your skin. So it supports your skin in being more elastic and hydrated and plump and healthy. It's also supportive with reducing inflammation, not just the joints and the muscles, but also the brain. So it's supportive with recovery, but is also very neuroprotective and is supportive with reducing cognitive decline. It has actually been studied by the NIH, the National Institute of Health, and found to extend the lifespan of mice by around 12%, which was unheard of in NIH history. This stuff is incredible. It is the stuff that makes salmon that lush pink color. In one single serving of this, you will get about as much astaxanthin as you would an entire pound of wild-caught sockeye salmon, or up to 4 pounds of farm-raised Atlantic salmon. This stuff is incredible. I think it's a very important compound. I think you'll learn more about this as the years go on. If you want to try it yourself and support your own health, you can go to ax3.life/align, and you will get incredible 20% off your order. That is ax3.life/align for 20% off. Do you think that there's a version of ourselves that choose to forget? It's almost like we're playing like peekaboo with God.
Oh, most of us. I mean, I would say my life had, up to the point that I had that breakthrough, catalyzed by psychedelics in Allison's apartment. I had bought into a kind of very materialist kind of trance, very kind of defined by whatever my mind was and limited by it. I was just beginning to awaken to the notion of duality and, like, could I both accept the world and the fact that we're impermanent and going to die, and and the injustices of the world. Could I accept it, go on living and stuff? And at the point that I had met Allison, I was ready to throw in the towel. I was all of 21 as well. And yeah.
I think I've heard something, this is probably from Alan Watts, but in some perspectives, I think you could see the human dualistic experience as being somewhat of a courageous feat to be able to jump into this amnesia, forgetful state of the origin of your relationship to God and love and infinite connection and light. And I think I've heard a bit from Watts where he talked about if you were aware of your dreams and you were able to suddenly fly at any time or manifest $1 billion or a car or girl of your dreams or whatever you desire in that moment, just manifest, it would be a really radical, courageous thing to enter into a state of actually forgetting that and like almost starting from ground zero to remember. And I wonder, what do you think about that?
Babies, when they come out, they start screaming because they realize that they're back and they have to do it all from the beginning. And they don't even know where they're going to go. They might be really poor in a jungle somewhere, or they might be really rich in a palace. So they don't know where they're going to end up. And they've been through this and they go, oh no, I'm back. And that was they woke up. Yeah.
Well, there's the choice to return, I guess, which you could argue someone like Ram Dass represented, someone who chose to return and serve, humanity and the divine. And so in that way, the coming back is a service, to the bodhisattvic intent, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe Ram Dass was a enlightened being, a bodhisattva of sorts?
Of sorts, yes. The particular like American kind, of hybrid, kind of teacher that showed in.
Coming back here doesn't serve anyone. It isn't service to anyone.
His life, his transformation, and his willingness to awaken, even and go through and face hard parts and things, a remarkable kind of example. And he's, allowed himself to become the kind of like American guru in a sense, for the psychedelic tribe. So it wasn't like really, like any crown or anything. It was only by his own confessions and own truth telling, that we could tell that this was the genius of spirit that and ruthless teller of truth,
We like to say that if there wasn't a Neem Karoli Baba who said, love everyone,
and tell the truth,
there wouldn't be a Ram Dass who said, be here now. And there definitely at that point would not be in us. Sacred Mirrors, we would not have found each other, I don't think, if it hadn't been for both of our transformations,
What was your relationship to Ram Dass? Did you guys ever like
him? When I read the book Be Here Now in 1971 when it came out. And Alex didn't really know much about him in 1975 when we got together, But by then, I was, meditating and being a spiritual person to some degree. I mean, as a college student, and I was making art out of secret writing. I was doing very heavenly kind of images, actually, in a very abstract, expressionist way. But you were doing things about the self, and you just changed on a dime. You immediately you had an epiphany about a philosophy of life that was resolved. It was called Polar Unity, and in 1975, Alex did a painting of the symbol of polar unity, which appears on the sacred mirror frames that we created for the sacred mirrors. So, that symbol meant a lot to your opening.
Oh yeah. No, it was totally like going through a spiritual rebirth canal, It's kind of like the spiral, like what's at the end of the spiral is like God consciousness. Oh, but where are you? Oh, well, I'm in the dark, but I'm on my way toward the light, And so that was like the lesson of my first trip. And all year I had been doing artwork about polarities. So this was polar unity. And it took all the different shades of gray to bring the opposites together. So I decided to change my name to Gray. And
But when you took acid in my apartment and you tripped that night by himself, pretty much, we were all having a party. And Alex was over there on my couch, just having his own experience. And through that, your work changed. I mean, well, you had a sign that said Suicide Theater. When we first got together, I saw that he had made a sign, and he was doing performances. So that was planned. But you had an epiphany when you came back from the North Magnetic Pole. It was the polar unity.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. So I was because I knew God existed to my mind at 21, I needed confirmation. I needed it was that morning I said, if you exist, please give me a sign. And so within 24 hours, I had met like spirit, like for my mind, in the psychedelic state, and called you up, and we went out on our first date, and basically we're off into having like God represented in the world, in the divine beloved, in my experience, and the haze of romantic love and psychedelic epiphany, I guess.
Well, I got to ask you then, do you think that dogs have Buddha nature?
Yes, my dog's barking as you're saying that in the background. Yes, dogs, babies, most creatures do possess some type of more clear, authentic antenna or perception of things. And humans busy ourselves, largely modern humans busy ourselves with the material plane. And so it's a bandwidth issue, I think.
I don't know. We have an inner life. We have an inner life. I think that we experience the consciousness of granite. It's all the same consciousness. It's just in different wavelengths or levels, or something's very different about our consciousness than the consciousness. But we have the consciousness of granite.
Yeah, and if we widened up, if we were able to just open that bandwidth, it's like, I want more wonder today, some people take a substance, some people just do more meditation.
Is it when a
Hey, Inspired Tribe, my fellow freedom lovers. It's John Nolan here. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Thursday, February 26, 2026, if you can believe it. And we're going out of the Matrix into Prime Reality. Maybe we're actually looking quite a bit into the Matrix today. Thanks for joining us everywhere in the platforms. My wonderful wife, Christine, is in a live chat. It's good to see you all. And let's dive straight into it. As an interesting thing, that rarely, if we look historically speaking, rarely have we had so much consensus in the mainstream and the alternative about a single subject, yet things are moving forward at an ever-increasing speed, AI, robotics, and so forth. The consensus is, holy shit, this is insane. The consensus is nobody knows what exactly is coming, but everybody knows it's so overwhelming that no one is prepared for it. In recent months, we befriended an AI insider, somebody who works in a very big tech company, who's embedded into various spheres of that company and has been in touch over the years with everyone from leadership to engineers and so forth. And he's told me in our very first conversation, he said to me, "Oh, it's over. Everything you think that is dangerous or bad or, you know, catastrophic even about AI, it's that's kind of already a given. I'm going to explain it in a moment." And he kept saying, it's already over. It's already done. It's a done deal. That's his perspective. There's nothing you can do. It's already been accomplished. And I know that to a certain degree, but we did talk about specifically AI and robotics over the months. And he said, in all his years that he was in touch with the sort of the brains of the operations, you know, the engineers that are in the labs training the AIs and testing and so forth, he said there's a few things that stand out about these folks. Number one, he said almost all show traits of social discomfort, and he would say not as a medical diagnosis, but autistic traits, some to a very strong degree, some to a lesser degree. Now, this is not as meant as a sort of a judgment on anything, but he said that is a common observation. The second thing that he said is that these folks are so invested in their work and in their benchmarks, is what they call it. The benchmarks is the next threshold, the next level that they want to reach, that is all that they live for. And they will tell you candidly in a conversation, there's a 50, his words, there's a 50% chance AI is wiping us out. 50-50. That's the engineers. They're saying this jokingly, non-jokingly. They don't really care. They don't really care about that. They are so in the game. Their goal is simply to reach the next level, to you know, sort of kill another boundary, something that people thought was impossible, make it happen. They don't care what the consequences are. Safety and security protocols are virtually non-existent. And the level of development is such that none of them understand fully anymore what is happening, and very often don't understand why it's happening. In other words, the way that the AIs, I should say, behave, why they make decisions, how they make decisions, it is becoming less and less understandable to the programmers, to the labs. Yet, every single day, what you see is deregulation, if you will. There's not really a lot of AI regulation, but everywhere where somebody tries to even remotely put a brake to it or just slow it down, they're steamrolling it. and everybody is just, we have to go, we have to be dominant. The Russians have to be dominant, the Chinese have to be dominant, everybody wants to be dominant. And so it's going and going and going. Now we are, this year is the beginning of humanoid robotics in everyday life. We will begin to see that. You can already purchase a Unitree, a Chinese robot, and have it delivered to your home in 2 days, by the way. And you can start using it. I believe this year Tesla's Optimus will hit the market, and in the next 3 years, 4 years at the most, the world will change so unbelievably that none of us can even predict it, and it's such a speed. And this is really the biggest issue, is that these developments happen at such a speed that neither our psyche, nor our neurological pathways, nor our emotional and nervous system regulation can keep up with it. We can't. It's just too much. So we are basically in a state of overwhelmment. And
the world, man. The world is a confusing journey. Is Jack on happy pills, man? I am grateful to be alive and to be on this path I am, because God has been so good to me. This was one of my thoughts earlier today as I was preparing some garlic toast for myself.
Do you think his breath stinks?
Preparing some garlic toast for myself. I was sitting there with the plant-based butter, right? But buttering my toast up with just gratitude and really thinking about my appreciation.
Happy Pills vegan. He needs happy pills.
Why things are the way they are.
Super slow motion.
Why things are the way they are.
Super slow motion.
Why things are the way they are.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Been using some cough drops, some lozenges. Anyway, I've been live now for 3 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Anger, envy, jealousy, and rage. Spiritual species. I am not you. I am not we. I am not in your collective human beings. Creatures, creatures, creeping, creeping, demons, demons, zombie slaves. You belong here in hell realm. You are attached to this sewer matrix. You love this shit. You love this shit. You demons love this sewer matrix. You fucking demons. You fucking zombies. You demons big, small, extra large, all shapes and sizes, monsters, demons, liars, liars, heads in the fire, filthy asshole liars.
Fuck you, demons. Fuck you, demons.
Followers, fuck you, followers. Slime burn, 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 burn in the fire, you fucking liars, you fakes and frauds, you phony liars, burn in the fire!
Now to a happy update. 6 months after a baby girl was dropped off in Florida's only safe haven box, she is healthy and doing well with her adoptive family.
Well, we're not showing her parents' faces for privacy reasons. Reporter Troy Campbell spoke with baby Zoe's adoptive family, who had been trying to start a family for a decade.
Wasn't real until we actually got the phone call that I could go in and be with her in the NICU.
On January 2nd, this little girl, now about to be 6 months old, was left inside a safe haven baby box located at Ocala Fire Station 1. The temperature-controlled box is set up to sound an alarm to first responders once a baby is placed inside. Within minutes, the baby, now named Zoe, was in the arms of first responders in seemingly good health. The firefighter who discovered baby Zoe called his wife, letting her know what happened, given the couple's struggle to adopt.
We've been trying for almost a decade to have a family, and everything has kind of just not worked out for us. So we're like, okay, don't get our hopes up, don't get our hopes up.
With a handwritten note to the doctor from the first responder, saying he and his wife would like to adopt the girl. To their surprise, they were given the green light to begin the adoption process.
Everybody was just in disbelief, honestly, that she was hand-delivered to us almost, and that everything had kind of worked itself out to where we could bring her home 2 days later.
Open the door, place their infant inside.
Safe Haven Baby Box's CEO and founder Monica Kelsey says she placed the baby box in Marion County in 2017, with more than 150 others placed around the country after being abandoned as a newborn herself.
We've had 10 this year. In 2023, this is a record year for us. It's working. And this little girl is proof that that these boxes are needed in Florida.
In April, via a court proceeding over Zoom, Zoe was officially adopted by the couple.
She's learning all sorts of stuff. She's taking in everything around her.
Her new parents say they want Zoe's birth mother to know they commend her for the decision.
We really felt in our hearts that we wanted to let the birth mom know in some way or shape or form that she is safe, she is happy, and she is very loved. I think that it's very respectable what she did.
Yeah, that was Troy Campbell reporting. Safe Haven Baby Boxes say that it's working currently on putting a second box in Florida. It hasn't decided where just yet, but we do hear that Gainesville is near the top of the list. You should know Florida's Safe Haven law allows a newborn to be dropped off at any fire station or hospital within 7 days of that baby's birth. You can do it anonymously, without prosecution, no questions asked.
Vibes and Brat Summer, like, what is the pitch?
I mean, abortion's a big one. We're going to disagree on it, but I think.
Wait a second. Is this guy related to Tony Sayers? He has the moobs. Moo 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 moobs. Moobs. Look at this in the white t-shirt with the "Are you happy for me?" What happened to American young men? My goodness, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare situation. This should be a red alert for all of America to say there's something went wrong, drastically wrong. And I know I've pointed out what's gone on with young women, but the young men, I don't even know what this is. I don't know what this is. Not just the moobs, but the other ones. They like are they producing them in some kind of mutant factory? Like, what is going on here?
It should be
okay. Let's say you're right on abortion.
Yeah.
Okay, where is that the most important civilizational issue? While we're on
it's pretty important to a lot of people.
So just let me understand. So Donald Trump says leave it to the states. How would that impact Wisconsin?
So Wisconsin is this extremely gerrymandered state. Most of our statewide.
He seems effeminate with his hand gestures. I don't think I've ever been speaking to someone and held my hand up in the air with the palm toward the sky like this guy's doing. This is just what is going on here? What is going on here? If this guy's straight, I don't know if he is or not. Let's hypothetically say that he is. Are his titties bigger than his girlfriend's? I mean, what the hell? What are we doing? What is going on in this realm? Look at this. Look at this. Look at the milkers. The milkers from Wisconsin.
Elected officials, our Democrats, and our state legislature is almost a supermajority of Republicans. It's not reflective of what the state actually wants. And the law we're defaulting to is from 1849, I think. So it's left to the states, but we're not going to pass any new. We're going to default to 1849.
He's moving his hands, his arms all over the place, talking like a woman. Is that a spare tire or is that hips? Is this guy like what is going on here?
Isn't there a ballot referendum around it? It's on the ballot, right? Yeah, I was going to say Wisconsin is legalized abortion. So how would Trump even interfere with your abortion plans?
I think it's by appointing pro-life judges to circuit courts and things like that. That's the main way.
Okay, so the case for Kamala is that Donald Trump might appoint circuit court judges.
He's going to appoint worse judges. That's one of the most important parts of the presidency.
So I'm just being clear.
Appointing judges is
well, first of all, I think his judges were amazing and upheld the Constitution and the rule of law and all that. But it's remarkable to me that like the lack of the case for Kamala, does it bother you? We can talk in a second. Does it bother you that she does not take questions from the press? I've been here for 3 hours. She will not take 5 minutes of questions. Does that bother you? For a president, not a senator, a president.
I haven't watched her on the press a lot, so
because you wouldn't be able to watch her on the press because she doesn't talk to the press.
Yeah, like
it's fine.
if she's not, if she's not talking to the press, I think she should talk to him more. It's not going to change my vote, but I think she should talk to him more.
Okay, last question. I'm sorry to keep you here.
Yeah.
Is there anything that she could do that would make you not vote for her?
Yeah, I think.
Is Kamala more or less feminine than you? Is what I would have asked this guy.
If she reversed a lot of her positions from the Democratic Party and moved more to the
so
center,
like
of
saying
course.
that she's for fracking when she was against fracking?
Fracking,
Or saying that she was like against the electric vehicle mandate when she was for the electric vehicle mandate?
I'm talking about issues that I care about more than fracking.
Like
abortion and like gun control.
Okay, got it. So this is so interesting, and I'm glad we have clarity in that agreement.
Yeah.
I think preventing World War III and making sure Americans can own homes and having a robust economy not being invaded is far more important than the ability to unborn children, but we'll agree to disagree. Thank you.
That's where we ended, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, sweet.
Make sure you talk right into the mic.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, can I raise it a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I don't know. All right, how's this?
Perfect, great.
All right. Hello, Charlie.
Can you guys give him a little bit more space? Just
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
I'd like to ask you, how do you feel about replacing the Electoral College with ranked choice voting?
I'm not a fan of ranked choice voting at all. Yeah. Do you want to explain what ranked choice voting is, or?
Yeah. So like, okay. So like RFK, for example, he dropped out of the race. I thought he was a pretty good candidate. He had a lot of good policies, but under the two-party system that we have, he is suppressed, and I think the Electoral College has a lot of flaws. Territories, they can't vote. Conservatives in big blue cities, big blue states, are suppressed. They're ignored because of the winner-takes-all system, and the distortion of the votes. Like Wyoming is 4 times the voting power of California. I think there's a lot of flaws, and ranked choice voting would make our votes more specified.
Got it. So first, you were RFK fan. Are you voting for Trump now?
I don't want to say,
Okay.
But
I'll put you down as a probably. Yeah. Okay. Right. But I'm down as a probably. Right. All right. But no, you're talking about 2 different things. The Electoral College is different than ranked choice. Ranked choice voting is a way of saying that basically the first loser ends up advancing as the candidate, right? So are you in favor of a popular vote for president, or?
I thought the ranked choice voting meant like you would to vote your favorite candidate's number 1.
Correct. Yeah.
Your second. So like, I think that's good because people could like give their overall thoughts, and people will be more like researched about their.
Yeah, I mean, where we've seen ranked choice voting employed is usually by liberals and Democrats in very, very red states, and they end up basically eliminating the Republican Party. That's a little bit more nuanced, but as far as the Electoral College goes, I love the fact that Wisconsin is now one of the most important states in this election, and that Wisconsin values and Wisconsin voters are going to have to be heard by.
I mean, the vice president, she was the vice. Since COVID, yes, the economy is better since the end of COVID.
Prices are higher. People can't afford homes. No. Don't. 1 second, please. No.
Yeah.
It's not about the bill. You could do this all by executive order. Remain in Mexico. They've decided to empower the foreign. Kamala Harris has overseen the border. She failed. She oversaw the Russian-Ukrainian dispute and went to the Munich Security Conference, and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians died. She was the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act that makes everyone have to pay more in goods and services. Her first day was 3.5 years ago as VP. What has she done that 5% of Americans disagree?
Jugs. Yeah. Big jug. Tubby, tubs. Tony titties. Hey. Big jugs. sandwiches for sale. Tony Titties, big jugs. Tank top Tony, selling milk. Got milk? Moo!
This is Finnegan the Red Fox. Laughing fox. Giggling. Joyful. 275,000 people hit the like button on this. Don't you see the beauty? Some people ask me, Stephen, don't you see the beauty? Don't you have any joy in life? I do. But the problem for you is I see the rest. I don't just see a small slice of reality. I see all the rest too. The pain, the suffering, the darkness, the evil, the lies, the psyops, the conspiracies. Big picture view. Do I hear the laughter and joy? Yes. Yes, I do. But I'm not limited to that. Enjoy what you can, though. Enjoy what you can. Does Finnegan deserve better than this realm? Yes. Does every dog and cat deserve better than this realm? Yes. What about deer? Yes. Yes. What about wolves? Yes. Tigers, whales, dolphins, fish. Do they deserve better than, pointing at the ground here, hell realm? Yes. Yes. Do cows deserve better than this hellhole? Yes. Do birds? Domestic birds, wild ones? Everything from ravens and crows and blackbirds and hummingbirds and owls and eagles and hawks. Did I mention hummingbirds? To chickens and budgies that people have? Yes. Yes. Now, how would you be able to understand that? Well, you'd have to observe where you are and how this realm works. Part of understanding this realm, you have to observe. You have to do a little bit of effort. It should be fun to learn. It should be something curiosity driven. And sometimes I'm baffled how few in this realm want to learn anything. I mean, for me, it's enjoyable. Even if I'm learning dark shit, somehow it's going towards a greater cause. I'm learning and learning and learning every day. And I notice in this realm of humans, it's like you have to force them to learn or pay them to learn so that they can get a job to make money. And it's all tied in with money, status, fame, wealth. It's always material shit. It's never learning for learning's sake, knowledge for knowledge's sake, art for art's sake, ars gratia artis, art for art's sake. It's not human in this place. The way humans are, it has to be driven by money. They have to be forced somehow to learn. They hate learning. Most humans absolutely hate learning. And some will say they love learning. And it's like, well, then how have you lived so long and not figured out what this place is? How is that possible that you haven't looked at the evil and the suffering and learned where you are? You love learning, but you don't know where you are? How does that add up? I think I'll probably learn up until my deathbed. I wouldn't be shocked if I'm learning more on my deathbed than the average person, because I have a love for learning and a love for truth. And I don't see much of that in your realm, your human realm. The only way most people learn is if they're paid to learn, or they're paying so that they're setting themselves up. Well, this will get me a job. I'll go spend this money going to university, sitting in a fucking classroom, getting my quote education. The way that most in this realm look at things is it's demonic. That's what it is. And you don't care what you have to do at your jobs and who it harms for the most part. Most of you will go to a job. You don't care if your job, the company you work for, harms millions and poisons people. You're cool with it. So as long as you get a paycheck. People have no fucking ethics, no morals, no scruples, no principles, no values, nothing. They're just fucking evil vampire zombies. And then they'll try to argue with me that this is an hell realm. It's incredible. It's incredible. And they'll lurk here obsessively listening to me, hoping that they can get some ammunition. They're that desperate and pathetic and obsessed with me, these demons, lurking demons. Because I know most are not good spirits tuned in right now. Some of them get paranoid, say, how does he know? Does he have something on my phone? Does he have a program installed on my phone? He was a hacker after all. I can sense it. I'm highly intuitive. I can feel it by your energy, you fucking creepy creatures. Lurking, tuned in, little demonic creatures. One day you demons are going to have your faces held right into a lake of fire. And it's going to burn. It's going to burn worse than you could even imagine. You'll be writhing and screaming in pain. Demons. 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 The demonic entities that deserve it. What do you think of torture here for eternity? You sickos that would choose to try to harm me for speaking truth. You can't harm me, though. You can't. You can't do it. You can't do it. I'm a magical being, you dumb fucks. I know things that you couldn't even dream of. I've studied long before this lifetime here, in this realm, before I came here. And I've studied the whole time here. Whole time. And observed and watched you and your behavior to know what you are and to know how you behave and how predictable you are. Most of you demons are every bit as predictable as an insect, if not more so. A dragonfly has unpredictable flying patterns. Most of you demons are very predictable. And I own you. And you're going to pay for what you've tried to do to me. You will pay severely. I look forward to it. It's going to be glorious. Glorious.
the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own beyond my own magical being. My own, my
Droopy dog, what do you have to say? What's Ian been up to? What's this?
It's very interesting, people. Very interesting. What's happening? What is seen clearly and not just seen, but seen through is the lack of responsibility in almost everyone. Nobody wants to take responsibility of their lack of responsibility, you know? Nobody wants to do it. And I'm doing it and will stand in it. And standing in this responsibility and sitting in it and going through it and rising in that and walking in that and being truly present, not living in the past or the future or anything, just the right now, and taking responsibility for this now is all I truly have, you know, and it's all we have is this moment now, right now. This is all that exists, you know? And what I've seen, because I'm not seeing it anymore, because I'm backed away from the YouTube role playing and just the overall role playing, not just in the screens, but out there. It's all a screen. It doesn't matter if you're on this screen or this screen or these screens. It's all a matrix screen. I'm not playing the game anymore, so I'm not even getting involved. I'm not even seeing what people are saying. I'm just doing YouTube music. You know, I just do YouTube music. I listen to one channel only of YouTube music that has no words, and it's amazing music, and that's all I listen to. All this other stuff, I'm not a part of it anymore, because it's all avoidance. It's all lack of responsibility. It's all beings just upset that you are playing a different, you have a different truth in them. You are speaking something different than what they know to be true, or the truth bothers them. They hate the truth. So, or just whatever's outside of their program and their character's beliefs, they hate it so much, and it becomes this anger, and it's what it is it's a lack of responsibility of the now, that they have to go nitpick at other characters online and beings online or offline, wherever, it doesn't matter on this screen or that screen. And it's so childish and irresponsible to the now moment and your responsibilities. It's very serious, and I don't play that game anymore. I don't care what people are saying or have to say about what I'm saying. It doesn't matter to me anymore, because I know what that does is it feeds them. Doesn't matter what it is, if it's, I'm supporting them and yay, or if I'm angry at them and how dare you speak these words on this screen, and I'm watching you and I'm angry, how dare you, it's like, it doesn't matter what side you're on, you're in a duality now of this back and forth battery, negative, positive, like, you say this and I disagree, it's this, and it's just this childish game. It's role playing, and I refuse to ever be a part of it anymore. It did nothing for me. It did nothing for the truth. It had me in avoidance, in lack of responsibility. I avoided my true responsibility in that so much that I've seen through myself in humility and stood in it and stood in it and stood in it and felt it and saw right through it. So in seeing through that in me, I see through all of them, and there's nothing to talk to. There's nothing to respond to. There's nothing to look at. There's nothing to see there, because it's truly nothing being animated. It's a powerless being that is not in their power, not in their presence, not being responsible in their response ability at all. So by me, that's why there's no truth on YouTube, because people
name of a channel and put it into the search box and look for it, you're not gonna find it. It's not gonna show up, because YouTube is not there to serve the light. It's there for the opposite, right? So there's a hell of a lot of channels that purport to cover Gnosticism or Hermetics and that sort of thing, right? But what they all singularly lack is any kind of guidance toward introspection. In fact, what I do detect is a very subtle but very real distortion guiding people towards blame, judgment, vengeance, just a general sense of helplessness, a general dependency, hierarchical dependency. God is up there and we are down here type of shit, and it purports to be of the light, and it purports to be there to guide you, but it really isn't. It's not. And it does not want us introspecting It does not want us to do any kind of inner work whatsoever. That is seriously what the dark side does not want us to do. It wants us focusing outward, always outward. It wants us in a reactive, rage-filled, hate-filled, terrorized, paralyzed, frozen state. And then to attempt in every way possible to get away from that through, oh, well, you know, it's the buffet. The buffet is there for those who want to dissociate. You know, there's all kinds of sexual depravity. There's ads for food absolutely everywhere, right? So
So in this recording, I want to go a bit in.
Babushka. Babushka. I think she's a follower, I believe, of Derek, Green Wizard. One of those channels, maybe Chrissy Shateris, maybe Angry Gingy, that Garrett character, Nonconformist Radio channel. I've seen her around on some of those places. She's so awake. She wasn't able to see through Team Evil shitheads that project evil and are violent and make threats and do all kinds of nasty stuff. She sees them as good. She was invited multiple times to come to my channel by me and by some on my channel. Never showed up here. There's a lot of fakes on YouTube that call themselves truth seekers. And they're I don't care if they live in Eastern Europe. I don't care if they live in Russia. I don't care if they live in somewhere in Asia, in Africa, New Zealand, Australia, wherever. South America somewhere. Picking bananas. Wherever. There's a lot of fakes. They like to pretend they're quote unquote awake. And they can't even see that all that they watch are Team Evil fake ass quote truthers. And they just can't see through it. So I know there's something different about them. Because it's logical. There would have to be something different about them. Just like I would notice if a bird can't fly. There's something different about a bird with wings that can't fly like the other robins can in the nest. All right? Do you understand?
The subject of, good and evil, and an aspect, and a facet of this paradigm that we are facing, understanding good and evil is almost like, the quintessential theme of what's going on. Understanding good and evil and becoming thus a moral person and learning to make the right actions in the world as a consequence. So I want to touch a bit on this perspective of good and evil, but seen from the perspective of the spiritual, let's say, the spiritual beings or the people interested in spirituality that proclaim themselves to be spiritually interested or spiritually inclined people that I've encountered. Because, you know, it's kind of obvious that there are these two different categories of spiritual people almost. You know, you have the New Agers, that which we can just put all of them into a singular category called, let's say, just New Age. And then, you know, the opposite of that would be what I've described as maybe the truthers, or maybe we can describe them like, you know, people interested in exiting the matrix, or, you know, the soul trap folks.
It might be Forever Con Man's channel that I'm thinking of, but I've seen her somewhere. She might be a mod on Forever Con Man, and then she's brainwashed. Because if she wanted the real truth about this matrix, she would be studying the content, the videos on my channel, my Esoterica series, my ND analysis, my Soul Trap playlist. She would be studying these videos like crazy. She wouldn't be staying away because some asshole says, oh, don't go near his channel. See, this is what separates real truth seekers from fakes. And there's a lot of fakes. There's a lot of dupes and gullible ones that are controlled by control freaks and psychos. I think it might be Forever Con Man's channel that she's on, that I've seen her. I've seen her name somewhere, and that avatar has popped up somewhere in comments. So I think she is culted up with at least one, maybe multiple Team Evil losers. Losers. Now, you can feel sorry for her all that you want. I've reached out to her just again tonight. Right here, you can see my comment. Have you seen my work? I've watched a handful or two of your videos. Now, I can't say videos or my channel because often if I do that using the account, the Sanity Machine, YouTube automatically removes my comments or hides them as spam because I'm not allowed somehow to advertise that I have a channel. I can't say, have you seen my channel? So I try to find other workarounds like, have you seen my work? But this isn't the first time. I've reached out to her at least 3 times, if not 4 or 5, over the last, I would say, year or more. And I think this might be the last attempt. And I'm not saying I put a huge effort in with 2 sentences, but it's more effort than she's ever made to find my channel, to watch my content, to leave a comment. This is the thing. People that call themselves truthers are so bloody lazy, and they don't actually look for the truth, including on YouTube. It's pathetic. If you think you're going to defeat this evil fucking matrix and get yourself out by being lazy and following just some of the grifter shill channels, your head isn't even screwed on straight. Get your head on straight, lady. You just don't even have a clue what you're watching.
You know, the people which consider that all there is to this experience on earth is just a means of incarceration for our spirit, and, you know, matter is a prison for our spirit, and the earth is just, you know, a means of incarceration that we have to eventually learn to escape from.
No, you don't have to eventually learn that. You could stay here forever. You can get recycled here forever and get worse lifetimes. You might have it good in your current lifetime. I don't know how much hardship you have. You may have it good in this lifetime, lady. But you might not have looked at the suffering of others beyond you to see how bad it can get here, to understand what this place is and where you are. If I had to guess, if somebody said, Stephen, what do you think? Do you think she really knows what this place is and where she is? I'd start pushing my chips over to the betting on no. No, I don't think she does. Because I don't think she's watched my channel, nor do I think that she's thought about the things that are on my channel on her own. That's the sense I get already in the first 3 minutes of this. Do I think she watches shit channels on YouTube and spends time doing that? Yes. Do I think she's the type that would say she works too much and has no time to watch a channel like mine? I bet. Would she spend time watching Forever Con Man and channels programming her for shekels? Yeah, I bet she would. I bet she would. A lot of you do that. You'll say you have no time. Well, you're watching shit. You're spending your time watching shit. Most humans on Earth do that.
So yeah, so just to simplify, I've created these two categories for myself in my mind somehow, and I just call them the first category is the New Agers. The second category, let's just call them the truthers. Now,
both categories sound like baby terms to me. And they are babies. They usually just hear or read, believe, repeat, and they don't think. That's what they have in common, those two categories, two groups. They're amazing at not thinking.
the distinctive characteristics that I've noticed about these two categories, because they have almost like opposite perspectives on life and opposite perspectives almost like even in regards to spirituality, the characteristics that I've noticed about them is that first of all, both of them, they seem to truly miss what true spirituality is about. Both the New Agers and the Truthers, they actually so-called miss the mark in regards to walking the authentic and real spiritual path.
She's going to teach you about authentic spirituality. Miss Big Hands here. Miss Big Hands here is going to teach you. Miss Square Shoulders here and Big Hands is going to teach you about authentic spirituality.
That which can be described as the narrow path or the golden path. Why do they miss the mark? So here's what I've noticed so far. And it took me so much time, by the way, to notice what I'm about to, let's say, put into words right now. It's a condensation of years and years and years of observations and, the pain of dealing with the distortions that arose in the conversation with people from both of these categories. So I would interact over and over again with people from both the New Age category and the Truther category. And in both cases, something felt unright. And it actually was very difficult for me. Because I had to go internally and sift through so much distortion, that why is something like essentially ultimately feeling wrong about what they say? Deeply wrong. Putting a bit of it into words right now. So what I've noticed is that the main problem with both of these two categories of spiritually inclined people or spiritual philosophies is the following. Both of them, they miss the mark, as I said. Both of them miss the actual point of our true experience here in this world. But they miss it from two different perspectives, almost like from two opposite perspectives. Let's just start with the New Agers. So what I've noticed in the New Age community is just like there's almost like this pathological inability or fear to recognize and to deal with the evil that goes on in the world. You know, it's obvious when you think about it, that they do almost everything they can to either avert, deny, or ignore almost anything that sounds too negative. They just try to, let's say, dodge as best as they can anything which has to do with the evil or dark side of this experience that we find ourselves in. So they are trying to deny half of the experience, basically, and of course that can never go, go well eventually. They talk about integration, they talk about healing, they talk about inner child work, they talk about shadow work, they talk about wholeness and oneness and how we should work to become whole and integral. But ironically, they are the ones which immediately cut themselves off from half of the reality around them. How can you become whole with just half of who you are and just half of your perception of the world? If you constantly work to deny or to avert or to dodge anything that sounds too negative or evil or dark, which it is, of course, but that's the thing with darkness, right? It's part of the world. And if you truly are, serious about your path to wholeness, you should work to integrate both the sides of duality, right? But no, they just say that. It just sounds beautiful as a statement, as a spiritual statement. I'm working to achieve wholeness. I'm working towards wholeness, towards unity. I believe in the unity of everything. But yeah, I'll just try to discard, or pretend half of the existence, for half of the reality doesn't exist. Anyway, so that's their side. They do everything they can to deny the existence of evil and to only surround themselves in this rosy colored bubble of rainbows and butterflies and everything which is just nice and sugary and cozy and smiles and hugs and wet eyes and drum beating and chants and sitting by the fire and dozing off on who knows what weed in a forest somewhere, in a group somewhere, in a circle somewhere, and doing all these spiritual, pseudo spiritual practices of sorts. So they try to surround themselves only in positivity, only with the angels. They all channel an array of angels. They are all connected with angels. Nobody is connected with demons in their camp. In the New Age camp, it's just nobody summons a demon. It's just everybody's working just with the angels. Everybody is just such an angelic and light focused being. So yeah, they create this fake, illusory, non-existent bubble, and then they try to deny everything that would fall outside of that false bubble of an inexistent, as I said, inexistent bubble of positivity and rainbows and butterflies and everything. Just think positive and everything will turn out great. You influence reality with your thoughts, and you're the only creator of your reality. There are no outside forces that could ever influence your reality. You are the sole creator, the only one which has a say in what happens. You. It's just completely untrue, you know. And it becomes delusional, because that's what happens when you cut yourself off from half of reality. Of course, you start entering into delusion. So that's their camp. That's what happens in their camp. They really are oblivious to evil, and they do the best they can to remain in that way and to protect their oblivion. And they try to deny everything that sounds too negative or evil. Now, if we would look in the other camp, the truthers, the soul trap people, the soul trap community, the exiting the matrix community. Well, it took me some time with these people, because at first I would much more greatly empathize with them than with the New Agers. I felt naturally inclined towards this camp more than the New Age camp. I like these guys, I appreciated them. Why? It's because in contrast with the New Agers, these guys in the other camp, the truthers, are almost on the opposite side of the spectrum here, opposite valence somehow. They are actually quite keen observers of the evilness that happens in the world, and they have a very bright intelligence and ability to spot evil. You know, to spot the corruption in the systems, to spot the corruption in the world, and to actually point it out with very good materials sometimes. And I had so much respect for them, you know, because noticing the evil of our world is paramount on this journey, on this true journey back to life. You know, we need to know what we are dealing with. We need to know the problem that we are truly facing. If we are going to only work to always avert and protect ourselves and deny facing or recognizing the problem, then we are going to have even a bigger problem. You know, we are never going to be able to solve the situation that we are dealing with here globally and collectively in the world if we are not able to even notice the problem that we have, you know, specifically the evil that exists in the world. So I give so much credit, and I given so much credit to these truther people, because they would almost like brilliantly sometimes perform this job of really honing and pointing down precisely, sometimes very good, the evilness that goes on in the world. And there were very valuable materials which came out of this entire movement. You know, the truther movement and the soul trap movement, there were very good and very valuable information that came out from their hands, you know, and from their minds. And that's, in my opinion, to be completely respected. I have
You don't respect it. You don't actually look at my channel. Thousands of videos that you avoid looking at. Thousands and thousands of hours of material that you won't go near. That says something about you.
still so much respect, and I feel they are a valuable piece in this true journey that we are all facing, and we need people like that. We need an army of people like that. But here is the catch with them, because they fall short of truly understanding what this spiritual path and this true authentic journey back to life is about. So the thing is with them is that what I've noticed is that they tend to go in such, almost like in an extreme, with this idea of the world being evil, and noticing the evil to the point in which they become almost obsessed with it. They develop a sort of like obsession. Their life, their identity almost becomes entrenched in this concept of this world being purely evil. There's nothing good about it. There's little good to be found in it.
Really, nothing good. Have I ever said that? Have I ever said there's nothing good in here? See, I think they lie or I don't think she's just missing the point. I've encountered this a lot. I could make 10 straight videos or 10 live streams focusing just on goodness and beauty, and people like her would still say, oh, he just says it's all evil. There's no good here. There's something about humans where they can't be honest. They can't even give an honest criticism or critique. Most are like this woman. Most that I've encountered here can't be honest.
But the majority is just pure evil, and there's no true changing anything. There's no true caring for anything, because all of it is the creation of a fallen demiurge. Matter is seen as evil, the earth is seen as evil, and everything is seen like me mostly as an experience from which you have to try to escape. So the quintessence of the truther message and the soul trap message and the exiting the matrix message is exactly that. Exiting, escaping. So they practice what
I wonder if she's going to go full Ian and just say, just live in the present moment. There's no exiting. I wonder what she's going to do. I haven't watched this before. I'm watching it right now. It was posted 1 hour ago. Is she going to go full even or full Ian? Ms. Big Hands here. Look at the hands. Look at the size of those hands. She's got a fucking catcher's mitt there. My goodness.
I could describe like a outward form of escapism. They actually say it. We want to escape this experience. We don't like it here. This world is evil. These are the reasons for why. And they truly do the research, and they truly are able to offer you the reasons for why this world is evil. And these are the reasons for why everything is like a shithole, and we want out. We don't care about this place. We don't want to fix it. We don't want to do anything. We just want out.
We don't want to fix it. Do I ever say that? I say it can't be fixed because it isn't broken. It's designed this way. This might be her role to misrepresent because she's very good at this. She's taking every single thing and twisting it. We don't want to fix it. No, it can't be fixed. She'd say, well, what do you mean it can't be fixed? Well, can you start fixing hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes? I have a list of shit for you to do, lady. Fix volcanoes. Fix life eating life. Change lions and tigers, and almost everything on earth is eating something else. Can you fix that? You can't fix anything. It's not a matter of not wanting to. You can't fix shit. And you're critical of people like me or beings like me for saying it can't be fixed. And you twist it into saying, well, they say they don't want to fix it. As though we're just lazy or don't care. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're an agent of the Matrix. I don't care if you're there looking like Cinderella or something. Some woman that has to clean houses or do whatever. I don't care about that, your appearance. I care about the truth. And I care about the massive suffering in this realm and the way it's designed.
That's their mentality. It's a religion of escapism, basically, taken at its most ultimate form.
It is not escapism. Escapism would be to sit here and read sci-fi novels or watch Star Trek The Next Generation episodes and just tune out and escape into science fiction. That would be escapism. You don't know the meaning of the word escapism.
You know, they want to escape existence itself. They want to escape their life. It's the very experience of life. They want to escape it.
Who says this is life? You're assuming that this is life. You don't know that. You've been told by your masters. This woman believes herself to be intelligent. And unfortunately, she's like many other, we'll say, females in this realm. She moves her lips a lot, but she doesn't say much that makes any sense.
They don't want to improve anything. They don't care, as I said, about fixing anything, improving anything. Where the problem arises, and it might be obvious by now, is that, well, they don't care about solutions. They don't care to even consider that there could be a solution and we could be able to do something to repair or to correct or to I don't know how to say, like, combat the evil that exists in the world, to dispel it, to neutralize it, to cast it out of here. They don't even want to begin to consider this notion or this idea because, in their opinion, the entire thing, the entire earth, the entire experience is like a pit of hell. There is nothing to save from it. If Earth is seen as evil, then everything has no point, in saving anything. So they don't care. That's the thing. They really have this philosophy of ultimately uncare. So their heart is kind of cold from this perspective. So what it condenses.
Really? Do I seem cold-hearted? How much care? She probably considers herself to be a very caring person. But to mislead people to say, we can fix this, well, humanity's had thousands of years to fix this. Has it been fixed or even anything close to fixing it? What about all the people that stood against evil for centuries? Here, including religious people. Has evil been dispelled or cast out? Maybe it's us facing reality. Maybe we're facing what you're afraid to face. So you'd rather put down people that have done what you can't manage to do. I think she's in love with the earth. I'm not calling her a new ager, but I think she's in love with the earth just because there's some pretty flowers and trees, and that's enough to dupe her to think this place is good because she likes the aesthetic beauty of certain things. That's enough for her.
Is in the fact that they don't care about any solution. Yeah, they are very good in pointing out the problem.
Show me your solutions. Come on my channel and have an hour to 2 hour long talk. I'll see if you can make it 1 hour in conversation. And I will be polite, but you will probably get triggered by me saying what I think. Politely. It's enough to trigger your type because you don't like it. You really don't want the truth. You want to hear something that's going to make you feel good. Like, hey, we can solve this. That's what you want. You're not strong. You're more like a child that wants that piece of candy, and you'll throw a tantrum if you don't get it.
But their advocated solution is escapism. Yeah, these are the problems, as I said, and we just want to escape. Yeah, how do you escape the matrix? Well, you have to wait to die, and then this white light will appear, but that's gonna be the false light, and then you have to learn to dodge that light and go and aim for the void, because yeah, after you die, that's when the great battle, it's gonna be given, and that's your chance to escape this realm and never.
Wow, she's so mixed up. She's so mixed up. She's been invited multiple times to come to my channel, but she loves to listen to evil channels. I can't help everyone in this realm. I can't, and I say that often. I never used to say that, and now I say it all the time. I say it almost every day. Not like a mantra, not something that I consciously try to say over and over again. Not like that, but something that just enters my mind. I just can't help everyone. Because I watch so many videos and I read so many comments, and it just comes into my mind. Like I can't help her. I've tried, and I can't. Can't do it. I reach out, and they don't care enough to even say, hey, I'm going to check out this guy's channel. I'm going to go have a talk with him. He's invited me to come on and speak to him. So she wants to talk about solutions. She won't even look at my model. This is the thing. I can't help the lazy.
Reincarnate again. Yeah, just don't do nothing while you're alive. White light will appear, but that's gonna be the false light, and then you'll have to learn to dodge that light and go and aim for the void, because yeah, after you die, that's when the great battle, it's gonna be given, and that's your chance to escape this realm and never reincarnate again. Yeah, just don't do nothing while you're alive. Day by day, you have the chance right now, by the way, to do so much to change the course of this existence. But no, just ignore every single moment of each day. Just ignore all these chances.
Is that my message? Do nothing every day? Did you see my hour and 33 minutes long album of music I posted? I create things all the time. I'm busy doing things all the time. But they try to spin it this way. And it just isn't honest, and it isn't true.
That you are being given each and every day, over and over again. Basically, the same day. Repeated over and over.
We are given by who? Saying we are given each day implies that some creator. I think she's got a belief in a good, loving God. That's what I think. And she can't come to terms with that. How can this place be full of so much evil that these YouTubers show me when she believes in a good, loving God, and she doesn't want to give up that belief in that good, loving God? And that belief will get you recycled, lady. It isn't loving. It would send you back to hell in a heartbeat.
Again, the same chance taken over and over again, but just, completely brush that aside, just throw it away, throw all these chances away, and just aim for death. Yeah, an experience which you have.
I think she's going to cry or have a breakdown. She's very emotional about this, which is very revealing, because she wants some men to step in and fix this realm for her. She wants men to come along and say, we have a solution, lady. We're going to fix your life. We're going to fix your hell realm. We're going to fix the problem of evil. This is what she wants. And she's a woman. She demands it. You guys better do this for her.
Literally no idea about what it truly entails, Something which you have literally no psychological preparation, no physical preparation, no information, nothing to back up your this fantastical idea that you would be able to escape the matrix, the so-called matrix, at the moment of death. There is nothing truly to back up this idea. No sane, even no sane reasoning. But they still believe in this, fantastical idea, or this fata morgana in the future. Our solution is going to be then, in the future. Yeah, when I'll die, I'll handle it then. I won't bother with it now. Why bother finding solutions right now to my problem, which actually exists right now? All right, that's another cue here, which basically portrays more of the absurdity of the situation, right? I have a problem right now, but yeah, let me fix it, 50 years from now when I'll die of old age. Yeah, don't try to use all these 50 years to actually deal with the problem that exists right now. Well, yeah, I'll fix it then. It's gonna be fixed then, in other time, not now. It's like feeling hungry and right now and saying, oh, I'll just eat in 50 years from now. Yeah, you have a problem right now, but you expect to solve it.
It's not like that at all. That's one of the most false, poorly thought out analogies ever. It's not the same thing at all. It's not even close.
In 50 years from now. That's another cue. We just tells, there's something wrong about the entire vision in this, second camp of the truthers and the escaping the matrix community and so on. So they ignore the solution. That's the thing. They don't even want to start contemplating and asking like, okay, now I see that there is all this evil going on. I see it. I know it. I understand it. But what can be done, Is this all there is to life? Have I only came here to this existence, to suffer like a dog and to just try to escape my experience? It's just like, what am I? Am I a freaking insane individual, soul? In my real existence, am I that psychopathic, that, what's the word, like sadomasochistic? Am I that insane to just put myself through something so horrible just to see if I'm able to escape it? Is this all this perverse type of game of sorts that I play with myself? Am I so sick in my mind to even consider that I could have done that to myself?
Maybe you are, but I'm not. Maybe you are, lady.
But they excuse this because they say like, no, because we didn't know. Yeah, we were fooled to come here. Yeah, something tricked us. We didn't know what the experience was about, and we were tricked, and so they solved that. They washed their hands. So it wasn't me. I didn't choose this. But of course, then you're delegating responsibility. Then what are you saying about yourself as a true being? Are you saying you're not conscious enough of who you are, what you are, who you are dealing with? You're not smart enough. You're not intelligent enough. You can't see right from wrong and truth from false in your true reality from where you come. You're ignorant then. You're an ignorant person. You're an ignorant being. If you are able to be fooled, that's not making a statement of you being this eternal spirit, this eternal being, in heaven. How can heaven have obscurity in it? Right? Because you need
You don't know what you're talking about. Eternal just means you live forever. It doesn't mean you can't be fooled. Those aren't the same thing. What about a childlike eternal being? You're fooled all the time in this realm, lady. You're critical of others being fooled. You're fooled all the time. I think you're grappling with you believe in a good God, and you just don't like what you're seeing and hearing. You don't like facing where you are. You're too weak.
Security to be ignorant. Like, you can't be ignorant if you're living in 100% light. But see, they don't take this, even their own conclusions, they don't take them to their outermost, you know, they don't take even their own philosophy to its outermost conclusion and ask these vital questions, you know. Well, if I would have been tricked, then that would have meant that where I was already in obscurity, I was already in ignorance. And then, well, is that where I want to go back to? To the same place of obscurity, of ignorance and of darkness that got me here? Well, was that then heaven? You know, heaven? You know, a place of what? Darkness, obscurity, ignorance, a place where I can get hurt like that without my will? Was that heaven? Of course, that's not heaven, you know. But see, because they are so hung up around this conclusion, they've just, you know, taken in their arms this idea like matter is evil, earth is evil, this experience is evil, like everything.
I think she's very attached to this place. I would ask anybody listening to this show that I'm doing, can you imagine a better place than where you are? And if the answer is yes, that's all I'm suggesting you do. That's what I'm going to do. Go somewhere better outside of this matrix, not just outside of this earth sewer matrix level that we're currently in together, but beyond all of it. And it's not that hard to think, well, of course there should be better than this. There'd have to be. It's that simple. I'm not asking you to use 10 fucking trillion to the exponent a million brain cells or neurons to go, or whatever you want to believe in. I don't give a shit what you believe in terms of that, but use all of your brain power. It really shouldn't be that difficult to say, of course there should be better than this. Life is devouring life here every second. There's children in hospitals all over this realm right now dying. There are severely disabled children in schools all across the Western world, and maybe in Africa and the third world as well. I don't know that for sure. But I know in the West there are. There's so much that indicates you're not in a good place, and it could be so much better than the way this is designed. So much better. If that's too hard for you to do, then once again, I can't help you. I just can't. You're just not even close to the level that you should be at. And there are some that come around to my channel that you're at such a low level in the Dunning-Kruger effect, you believe you're at a high level, and you have zero imagination. You can't even imagine better than here. You're fucked. You're FUBAR. I can't help you.
Everything is just a pit of hell, you know. There's nothing good about it, nothing, you know. They just, you know, they just hang on to this idea. They created this identity around it, and they won't let go of it, even if it gets absurd, you know, even if their own philosophy is clearly and evidently, ultimately absurd. Their own philosophy leads them to absurdity, to absurd conclusions about their very nature.
You notice she mixes in every quote-unquote soul trap channel together? This is another tactic they use, where they're all mixed in together. The shittiest channels, the ones full of lies, the ones run by shills, grifters, agents, demons, they group in with my channel. It's another tactic dishonest people use that don't want to face real truth. She's very emotional. Why are you so emotional about this? Why does it bother you so much if they're wrong? Why does it bother you so much? Look at her. She's extremely emotional.
So if you want back to hell, there's nothing good about it, nothing, they just, they just hang on to this idea. They created this identity around it and they won't let go of it. Even if it gets absurd, even if their own philosophy is clearly and evidently, ultimately absurd. Their own philosophy leads them to absurdity, to absurd conclusions about their very nature. So if you want back to heaven, but you don't even know what heaven is, since apparently you came from hell, right? You were already in hell, in darkness, in obscurity, when you are tricked to come to this, let's say, deeper level of hell. What do you want to be back at the higher level of hell? Well, that's just the higher level of hell. That's not heaven.
No, genius. I don't want to go to fake heaven. I don't want to go to a, quote, higher level of hell. I'm leaving the whole matrix. I'm ending this shithole. I'm creating my own realms. I know that's beyond your imagination because you haven't considered that. You haven't said it. Now, if you imagine that as a possibility, you would probably mention it if you were honest enough to do that. I don't think you can imagine what I'm going to do. I don't think you can. I don't think so. Because I think you're one of the ones that believes this is as good as it gets. Is this hell realm Earth that you would most likely call Mother Earth and Mother Nature. I wouldn't be surprised if there's videos on her channel saying Mother Nature. You're attached to this shit emotionally.
Heaven is light. They say it, but they don't understand what they are saying. Heaven means light. And light means knowledge, right? You turn on the, light in the room, all of a sudden, everything in the room is being seen. You know things. When there's light, there's knowledge. When there's darkness, there's ignorance. So I think most people would agree that heaven means light. All of them proclaim this, I want to back to my world of light, to my body of light, to my existence of light. Even the New Agers, even the truthers seem to agree with this. I want back, I want to experience myself in the world of light. Well, then you have to understand that light means knowledge. And in the case of truthers, to have knowledge means to be unable to be fooled, to be unable to be tricked, because you can already foresee and see the intentions of everything that you are interacting with in the world of light. So you are approaching a person, you're approaching, let's say, an animal, a rock, a tree, a book, an idea, a philosophy, anything that you approach in the world of light, you can see it like an open book. You can see what they are about, you can see their intentions. There is a permeating sense of understanding and knowledge between both of these entities that are interacting, you and the other thing. It's impossible to be tricked by anything. And the other property of light is that light, it has to do with your own conscious choice and your own conscious deliberate act in your own sovereign individuality, and you being your own individual being and being respected.
I haven't heard any solutions from her yet. We're almost 33 minutes into this.
For the individuality that you are. And thus, everything has to come as a choice and an act of deliverance from yourself. Otherwise, if something would, force you to do a certain thing, it would rob you of your full 100% individuality and of your full 100% ability, your sovereign beingness to decide for yourself and be a being of your own. If somebody would be able to force you, then again, it's gonna show you that you're not in the world of light. You're in the universe of darkness, because that
This is the dream time. This is the dream time. Singing lullabies to vampires, whispering cosmic caresses into the deaf ears of God. Thorns in the eyes of wandering rebels as angels have heavenly battles with banging disguise. As thunderstorms, everything is a lie. Shaken spirit under glass in the thunderdome. This is the dream time. This is the dream time. This is a love song. This is a love song. This is a true song. This is a rebel song. Feed them all lies. They love it. Feed them fake reality TV, fake politics, fake reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, a fake moon. Feed them more.
Zombies are hungry. Zombies need to eat more and more lies. Zombies need more. They're hungry.
Zombies love
Fake reality.
Zombies love everything.
Fake and phony.
Feed them more lies, feed them false desires, feed them false history, fake media, fake news, fake food and fake death. Take away all the rest that's authentic and real. This is a love song. Fake water, fake air, no care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, fake moon. Feed them more.
Zombies have a taste for shit. Zombies love these matrix. No appetite for truth. Zombies are attached to this. Zombies don't want truth. Zombies can remain doomed to run this whole realm earth forever and ever.
Love the lies. Zombies can dance in the fire. Zombies, this is your home, this is your tomb. Under the dome, sealed in zombies. In
Hello. 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 Hello, everyone. Almost 5 hours since I went live. I meant to say I've almost been live for 5 hours. I went live almost 5 hours ago. Excuse me. That caught me by surprise. I didn't get the mute button quick enough. Anyway, I'm not having nearly as many coughing fits as before. So hopefully I'll be better soon. Or 100%. I'm getting there. It was a lot worse earlier, a couple days ago. I'm going to share this. And then I think I'm going to try to rest again. Remember this guy? This Paul guy that said, "You evil. You, yes, you, cunto." He said cunt. C-U-N-T-O. Cunto. Cunto. There's a video clip of him saying that. This Paul guy from England. He calls himself Black Sheep Researcher. He's a real creepy creature. He's a creepy little guy. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. 32,000, almost 33,000 subs on his shitty channel. He tried to call me evil and called me cunto. C-U-N-T-O is the way I would spell that word. Cunto. What the fuck? What a rude, disrespectful, ugly, creepy creature this guy is.
So I asked AI, does the Bible say we live in a cave? Now, the reason I did this was because I've been shown and bombarded, and I mean, I've covered it in various videos, but a lot of people are showing biblical cosmology to prove what shape this realm is. We've all seen it. And, well, if I could show that it also could be interpreted as a cave, wouldn't that be intriguing for you guys to see that you saw a lot already, but in this video, and for me personally, like, hey, if it's saying it's this shape, flat, concave, convex, donut, whatever you want, simulation, and you're using biblical cosmology to, show that, why can't I show that it could be interpreted as a cave? It's intriguing to me, and I want to share this process with you in a short video. So I asked, like the title, I asked AI, does the Bible say we live in a cave? The Bible does not literally state that we live inside a huge cave. But, those famous buts, when you always get it, hey, but, yeah, I like your channel, or I like you, but, that dreaded but. But it describes a tripartite cosmology, and I'll get into that in a minute to show you, that presents the world as enclosed, so that's saying it's enclosed, tiered structure. This ancient worldview is often compared to a cave-like existence. So if they're showing you in this cosmology that it is cave-like, why can't it be in a cave? Because you've already described it as being cave-like. You see my point? See why I get a wry smile when I see that? So a cave-like existence because it depicts humanity living in the middle realm beneath a solid vault or dome and above an underworld. And we saw them images, I'll include some in a minute. But the tripartite got me because it's intriguing. Tripartite means shared by or involving three parties, consisting of three parts. Hence why the cosmology has the heavens, the earth and the underworld is tripartite. Now remember, cosmology, cosmo, means of this world. So it's talking about three parts of this world. Intriguing, isn't it, when you start looking at it like that? And as you know, the tripartite or Trinity, or some people used to call it Trinitarianism, Trinitarian. Sounds like Tartarian, doesn't it? And the doctrine of the Trinity means that there is one God who externally exists as three distinct persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's stated differently, God is one in essence and three in persons. Now, what's intrigued me is, you can see the image on the screen of the lamb, the dove, and the two fingers. Now, in Christian art and tradition, holding up two fingers, specifically the index and the middle finger, represents the dual nature of Jesus Christ, fully human and fully divine. This gesture, often seen in icons of Christ or saints' blessing, signifies unity in one person, distinguishing it from a victory sign. Now, who's the God of duality? And I researched quite a lot. I theorize that this is representing him, and this realm is the 11. It's saying we're in the realm of 11. Now, as you know, you can see on the screen the tripartite or Trinitarianism crest as the Holy Spirit, the Lamb.
You're evil. I'm not evil. You're evil. I'm not evil. You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not. You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not perfect, but I ain't evil. So if you...
Oh wait, you're not evil. You're calling me evil. And you're getting so worked up you almost knocked your glasses right off your face. He says, I'm not evil. Oh, you're not evil, Mr. Pantera boy. Really? Really?
You're evil. I'm not evil. You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not perfect.
Calm down there, Polly boy. Calm down. You look like a skunk. What is it about you that looks a bit skunky? He looks skunky. There's a skunkiness to this creature. Oh, you're not evil. You're not evil, right?
But I ain't evil. So if you...
Oh, really? You're not evil, but you call other people evil. Wow. And to trust you. Why? Why should we trust you, Paula?
Other than all these negative, evil thoughts about me being this, and this goes to anyone else on the content, it's because you're a bottom feeder.
Oh, wow. Polly, how can you call people that? How can you call people bottom feeders? Polly, you're disgusting. That's not nice. Say you're sorry. Take it back. Say you're sorry. More truth through theater. More truth through theater. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. He's calling people bottom feeders. Can you believe that guy? He's calling people bottom feeders. And what does he run to? He thinks that going to AI is going to give the answers of this world. I mean, you can't make this shit up. He asked AI, does the Bible... His big sources here that he thinks are going to feed him the truth are AI and the Bible. He couldn't even capitalize Bible. I mean, this guy is something else, man. Look at this. Polly, you're evil.
And the fingers and the dove, etc. And a lamb connects to God, Janice and Noah through distinct...
Let me ask people that are watching and the ones that might be tuned in later watching this live stream after it's over. Would you let Paula, I'm trying to think of his last name. It might be White, something like that. I might be wrong, but it's something very basic. But would you let Paul, he's very open about his name being Paul, Black Sheep Researcher. It used to be What the Flock TV. He changed the name of his channel. Would you let him babysit a child? Maybe that's the ultimate. Like, would you trust this creepy creature that I just showed you? I don't know if he's going to show his face during this, but would you let him be in charge of babysitting, in other words, protecting a child and being trustworthy? I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't trust this guy to look after somebody else's pet rock. I wouldn't trust him with shit. He's creepy.
Theological and mythological roles centered on sacrifice, new beginnings and redemption. In the Bible, God and Noah, the lamb is a symbol of innocence and substitutionary offering, while in Roman mythology, Janus, it is a ritual offering for transition. Now, you do know Janus also goes by the name Janus Noah, and he founded...
Oh, by the way, that said, multiple people in my life, going back to early in high school, 9th grade, people let me look after their dogs, their house, their pool, backyard, their whole place. And sisters and other family members have had me babysit or dog sit their dogs and cats, sometimes for a week or 2 weeks, knowing they're in good hands, knowing in their minds, basically they had the idea that if anything happened, Steven would risk his fucking life for our pets. They know that. People know that I care about these animals, and I'm going to do my best to take care of them, and I would feel horrible if anything happened. I'd be beyond heartbroken from someone else if something happened on my watch to someone else's pet. And I even looked after difficult pets where they had multiple pets that couldn't be in the same room together. Always had to be separate, constantly apart, because one would kill the other one. So it was stressful thinking if you make a fucking mistake and you forget for a moment and you're whatever doing something and oh fuck, I opened the door and that let the one dog out and they go immediately go after the other one. So I was even looking after someone else's pets in difficult situations where multiple pets had to be kept apart. The dogs away from the cats. The cats were on one level of the house. Two dogs didn't get along. One would try to end the other one. Small dogs, but bites that would draw blood. And they couldn't stand each other. And I had to be told all this. And it's a lot. It isn't just feeding the dogs and letting them out and letting them sleep with you. And it's keeping them apart the whole time, constantly, no matter where you move throughout the house to do anything. You have to make sure that these dogs cannot be in the same room together ever. Anyway, what I'm getting at is I've looked after people's dogs in multiple countries, actually, now that I think about it. From here to California, people have trusted me with their pets. An ex-girlfriend in California had friends, and they trusted me and my then girlfriend to look after their dogs and cats and their house, and they had a pool. And we stayed there while they went away, and they trusted us. And one of their dogs was a Chihuahua, which was very aggressive at first. The small Chihuahuas can be barky and aggressive little dogs. He tried to bite me as soon as I came into the house. But you know what? Within 2 days, he was sleeping against the back of my neck and insisted on being around me because he knew he could trust me and knew I was gentle, would give him pets, and was good to him. And he just almost wanted to be adopted by me within like 2 days. I'm not exaggerating. And I wasn't even a fan of Chihuahuas because growing up at our cottage down the street, there was a family with Chihuahuas, and we were kind of friends with them. We would go boating together and snowmobiling in the winter. And anyway, their dog was a Chihuahua, and their dog would chase snowmobiles and nip at people's boots, the feet of kids, would try to nip at us if we went cross-country skiing by their place. It was just a very aggressive, charge after people, run after cars type of dog. And that's what I thought of Chihuahuas, because I grew up as a little kid seeing that for years. Anyway, the Chihuahua that became very fond of me, I would have adopted that Chihuahua after 2 or 3 days. I fall in love with these animals. I just do. Other people's animals. If I go into somebody's house or they have a big dog, I'm usually the one that's crouched down on the floor petting the dog as the dog lays there, and not really ignoring the people, but I'd rather, if I had a choice between petting their Rottweilers, let's say, or their German Shepherd, and dealing with people the whole time, a lot of times I prefer hanging out with dogs. I got to be honest. I do enjoy dogs, whether they're Rottweilers or German Shepherds or all types of dogs. Anyway, that's my story. People in person, maybe on the internet people are retarded, or on YouTube, but in person people can generally get a sense that, oh, well, our dog or our pet is safe definitely with Steven. They can tell that. I pet my neighbor's dogs all the time. I've had dogs, but I've explained losing my dog just was like a sword going right through my heart. And I don't know if I could deal with that again. That kind of loss, dealing with the loss of being so attached for 12, almost 13 years. It's like losing a baby. That's what it was like for me. And I'm sure that's what it's probably like for some people, some other people in this realm. Now, I don't have children, so I can't say it's exactly the same thing. I'm saying for me, it felt like that. And if it was worse than that, I mean, I feel terrible for people that lose a child. I feel sick thinking of people losing a child, whether it's a 7-year-old or a baby or a 12-year-old, like the story I shared earlier, the one that lost their daughter to suicide. Excuse me. She lost her father, and she got teased about not having a father. I mean, the mother said that middle school girls can be so cruel. People can be cruel. All ages, children, teenagers, young adults, middle-aged, elderly. There's no age limit for cruelty in this realm, except for, let's say, the pure newborn babies. They teased her and bullied her until she didn't want to be here anymore. There are creatures on YouTube that say that I don't have feelings or that I don't have a heart, or they'll say that I'm a sociopath, or they'll make up all sorts of things. Some of them have said multiple times that they hope I suffer. They say I should suffer more, I need more suffering. They say all sorts of things. They have no idea the amount of care that I have in my mind and in my heart and in my spirit for other good beings in this realm. And I say good beings. You don't have to be perfect. None of us are. Now, maybe the purest of the pure would be pure, innocent newborn babies or the unborn that haven't really been influenced or degraded by this realm and faced evil in the womb, unless they're facing evil being attacked while they're in the womb. Of course, that happens millions of times in this fucked up hell realm. But people don't have any idea. Just because I'm someone that doesn't like to cry on live streams or videos or show, I don't know if I'll say weakness, show vulnerability. I know that all of it is used by evil against me because I'm aware of that and I'm smart enough to realize it always is in this place. But even before doing YouTube, I was never the type to want to get emotional or cry in front of even my own family. For me, that sort of sadness or release of emotion is a very private thing. I try to keep it very private. And there's very few on earth that have seen me shed any tear at all. Now, some have, but that's my immediate family. And yeah, I mean, it's very few people. Very few. And I actually think it's better that way. That's my view. Usually, emotions and tears are used against me by psychopaths and narcissists and cruel, sick demons, which is essentially the same thing. I view them as essentially the same. But yeah, I'm not someone that just cries openly in front. The one time I did break down is when my dog passed away in my arms in front of the two workers at the emergency vet clinic at night. And I couldn't control it. I couldn't hold it back. I wanted to in a way, but I just broke down. And I was apologizing to them, saying, sorry, I'm so emotional. I can't help it. I just can't help it. I would have done anything to help my dog. Spent anything, any amount of money or credit cards or whatever could be done. Nothing could be done. There was nothing that could be done. And it was devastating for me. Because I had her since she was a baby. And she chose me as a puppy. Out of the litter, she came right up to me. I got her on a farm. And we were very close. She always wanted to sleep against the back of my head, right at the base of my neck, would curl up there. Or she would sleep in front of me against my chest or on top of my chest if I was laying on the couch or on my bed on my back. She would sleep on my chest as a little pup. And I treated her like a baby. I would carry her around and baby her and just I would have run out in front of a car for her. It was that kind of just she was mine. And she would just go crazy when I would come home if I went away for a while and if I had to go somewhere and things like that. He was very attached to me. That's the most pain that I've felt, and it was worse than any physical pain I've gone through in this hell realm. And there's certain traumatic or painful things I've gone through that I won't get into on YouTube. Some devastating stuff. But in terms of the most painful emotionally, it was losing my beloved pet. In the moments after she was gone, I didn't even want to live. It's like everything had just left me. And it felt like my spirit was broken inside. It was more than sadness. It was like I didn't want to be in this fucking place anymore. And on the way home from that vet, I thought about just driving off the road, like driving off the highway or straight into one of those great big light poles or, you know, something that would be fatal. This was years ago. Anyway, I was devastated. It was a huge loss. And it was a huge amount of pain. And I no longer think that most people in this realm could see anything at all. They can't read me, they can't read other people. They can't tell good from evil, right from wrong, smart from stupid, moral from immoral. Most in this realm can't tell anything. I'm convinced of that. That most beings walking around, not just on YouTube, can't tell anything. Or they are playing the game and they are demonic and they just belong here. It's all a game to them of gaslighting and fucking with people. There's a lot of YouTubers I wouldn't leave in charge of, as I said, someone else's pet rock, an inanimate object. They used to have those decades ago. When I was young, I remember a neighbor's kid had one of those. I thought it was dumb. But it's not a living being, it's a pet rock. It just sits on your fucking bedroom dresser or a shelf or something. On display, and it's nothing special. I wouldn't leave these YouTubers in charge of that. I wouldn't leave them in charge of an empty, rusted bird cage or empty, rusted out old hamster cage with no animal in it. That would still be too much responsibility for them, is what I'm getting at. I don't trust them. But I know this by their views and by their comments that I see, that most people that call themselves truthers can't see anything. They would leave them. Some have. Rose with Jack, leaving their cats with Jack Talcott, the same guy that starved his own cats, for years didn't buy cat food. His cats were fed by neighbors in Spokane, Washington, before he got evicted. His place was a dump. They thought about tearing it down. They thought they were going to have to tear it down. It was terrible in there. Disgusting. Because he's gross. He's a gross demon. And he didn't feed his cats, and one was sick and moaning and dying for weeks. And when that one died, he buried it. He dug a grave with his shovel, and he said on his own YouTube channel, maybe instead of digging a grave, the next one I'll just throw over the fence and let the coyotes eat it, the wild coyotes that come to his backyard behind his back fence. And Rose thinks nothing of it, just that, oh, I don't hope, she was glad her Jason never found that out because he would go nuts. But they can't tell. And there's a problem with most people. They can't tell someone that's good versus evil. They have to go through this kind of shit and sometimes be devastated, just like people that leave their children with babysitters and the child is dead. And it's like looking from the outside, it looks like, how could you leave someone with them as a babysitter that doesn't give a shit? You can tell, but they can't. They can't do it. And their child ends up dead in their care, or so-called care. And I think some of you would be surprised. I'm not saying it to be mean. I just think you'd be surprised if you learned how many people can't tell good from evil or caring from the uncaring. I think you'd be shocked. I really do. I think some of you would be shocked if you had cameras in your homes and you saw the things babysitters said and did with your own children. I think some of you would be shocked. I do. I think my own mom would have been shocked, not that there was any abuse by babysitters, but one babysitter we had didn't abuse us, but she didn't do anything. She didn't talk to us. She plopped herself in the most comfortable chair in our family room and just watched TV. And we had cable, and I don't think she had cable at her house. She was a teenager, and that's all she would do. Silently watch TV. No fun at all, no interaction with us, no really wondering if we're there, if we left the room, or just sitting there and being in one spot the whole time. Now, her sister would babysit us also once in a while. Her sister was a big chick, and she was a lot of fun. She had a personality. She would carry me and one of my sisters on her back and would like play with us and wrestle with us, and just was enthusiastic and engaged and just present, and wasn't just a bump on a log sitting there staring at the TV screen. Anyway, what I'm getting at is a lot of people can't tell. They would insist that their neighbor, let's say, they're so good, or they were, they were quiet or shy, but I can't believe they were a psycho. People can't tell. They could look at someone with dead eyes and they'd think, well, that's normal. What are you thinking, Stephen? They'd be critical of me if I said there's total deadness in their eyes. Their eyes look dull, lifeless, dead-eyed stare. They'd be like, what's wrong with you? You're a conspiracy theorist. You're paranoid. You're this, you're that. And they just put it on me for telling the truth about what I see. That's what I notice in this realm. I could show the snake eyes and they mock that on other channels. Well, he's one of those guys that thinks that people have lizard snake eyes. And I show proof that they do have those eyes. It's not that I just think that. I show you evidence. But again, I've said this before, where evidence means nothing to most humans. They don't want evidence and truth. They want lies and stories and myths and legends and lore and gossip and rumors and bullshit and more stories. That's what people want. If they didn't want that, they'd be listening to beings like me and not reading the legends and stories in Bibles and things like that. And it isn't just the Bible. It's just one example. Here's Snake Eyes, Landry. It's right there. And people make excuses not to look, not to see, not to learn, to do anything and avoid it. His eyeball looks square, square lines, straight lines, and the pupil itself is a slit, a vertical snake eyes. And that's clear as day. It's undeniable. But I know what realm I'm in. I know I'm in a realm where very few can acknowledge the truth when it's shown to them. Very few. I think many in this realm could watch monsters devour their loved ones, and soon after it say, they're not monsters, Stephen. They were human. And I'd say they cannibalized your family. They ate them with their teeth in front of you. They did demonic, monstrous things. Demonic, evil creature behavior. And people, family of victims would say, and I know this, they would say, well, they're still just human. I think they'd go into court and put their hand on a Bible and be a witness and testify and defend and say they're not monsters, they're human. I don't believe that there's any way to reach the vast majority in this realm. And it isn't me saying, well, I tried a couple times, I give up. I've tried my whole lifetime up until recent years. I was very stubborn about it, which is why I try to help people not waste decades of the rest of your life trying to reach the unreachable. It doesn't work. It only hurts you. And it is very painful to try to reach family members and nothing gets through. Nothing. Nothing. But eventually that showed me they're different spiritually from me. It doesn't matter if we're from the same family or bloodline. It doesn't matter at all. That's meat suit stuff. That's material. That's biology of hell realm. That's flesh and blood. That has nothing to do with the spirit. In other words, my siblings are not my spiritual family. Now, I know some have a problem with spirit. They'll call it their soul family. I didn't come to these conclusions in a day or a week or a year or 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. I really observed and didn't jump to conclusions. Didn't just rush to say I've got it all figured out. I still don't have it all figured out. There's some pieces that I don't have for the puzzle, but I have a lot filled in, more than enough for me to get out of here and for me to try to help others, which is what I'm doing. Could I help my family this way? No, not at all. Not even close. Not even close. Not even with the jabba dabba do stuff. Before 2020, even. Before then. Trying to get them to see what those were. And Mandela effect. And 9 double hockey sticks, let's say. And all sorts of different things. Some bang bang events on TV that were made into documentaries. I tried to help family members see lots of things, and they saw nothing. 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 What's sprayed in the sky, nothing. Nothing. You could pick a topic. You could have topics on the wall and throw darts at it. And you could say, did you try that? Yeah, that one I did. I tried. Nothing gets through. So some of you, I want it to really sink in, because you're trying to get some family members and saying, I can't believe there's zombies. Well, I've had that experience many years, over many, many years, over spanning decades. Nothing got through to them. And I can't emphasize that enough. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm actually trying to help you and save you a lot of pain, a lot of wasted hours, a lot of frustration. If you can tell they're a zombie, don't bother. Don't bother. Because you're not just wasting time, you're hurting yourself. And I think that's part of the design of this place, is to get us out of care to hurt ourselves by trying to help ones that it's impossible. It's impossible. And they don't care that we're hurting by trying and frustrated. You might as well be sawing your leg off trying to tell them these things, and they'll just watch and they don't care. They don't care if we suffer. But somehow we're so invested and almost obsessed at times of trying to get them to see, and they never do. And it is painful to try for years to get so-called loved ones to see anything about this reality, and they don't. They don't. So I'm telling you that, saying I understand how frustrating that is, because I've gone through it. I understand what it's like to worry about family members and sometimes have sleepless nights thinking, well, they're going to get recycled if I can't get through to them. They're going to get tricked. It took me a long time to realize that's not on me. It isn't just that I couldn't reach my family. I can't reach most in this realm. And I can acknowledge that and admit it. It doesn't make me feel good. I wish I could reach every good being in this whole place, but I can't. I've reached relatively few after decades of doing this. Doing what? Trying to spread the truth and show people that this reality is very different from what most people believe. How have I tried? In written works, essays, a zine that I published for years, a website I had for years, drawings, paintings, published essays, published poetry in publications that I didn't run, videos, music, humor, memes, thousands of memes. I've tried so many ways. Live streams. I've tried so many ways on channels other than mine as well. I've gone places where most of the people in the audience were hurling insults at me while I was there trying to speak to them about what this place is. I know some people here appreciate me, but that's rare. Most of what I get is attacks. That's what I've dealt with. And that shows me what this place is. I think the idea that that woman earlier was saying about fixing this place is one of the ways to really get good spirits. Pardon my breathing. I'm having trouble breathing. So if it's coming across, I don't know how much my mic is picking up, but I don't know if I sound like I'm wheezing or what, but my mic can be sensitive at times. The woman earlier with the babushka, I don't think she has any solutions. I would hand her a list of things to work on and tell me solutions for. I don't think she has any. And I think the belief that you can fix this hell realm what she doesn't want to call it. She wants to say we came from hell and darkness into this. She's either very confused or perhaps very evil. Maybe an agent of the Matrix. Either way, though, if you focus on fixing this whole place, you might be able to fix some things in your life. You might be able to help others on an individual basis, a small basis. I'm all for encouraging that. I always have been here on my channel. But if you focus on fixing this realm, I think that just anchors you here. Because then you're always under the belief while here and while dying that, well, this place can be fixed. It's not so bad. But yet it never has been fixed. Isn't that interesting? You would think if it could be, that it would have been by now. By someone or some group. And it hasn't been. In fact, it gets worse. And there's stacking up more problems, more unfixable problems. But most of what's built into the design is hardwired. It's programmed in. Earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, all the disasters, diseases, suffering, life eating life. All of it, flus, viruses, everything, genetic disorders. There's so much here that's unfixable. It's like saying, let's fix water so it doesn't make things wet. Let's fix fire so it doesn't burn things. It is what it is. It's an element of this realm, and it remains that way. Thank you, Footprints. I will rest soon. I'm wearing out my voice a little bit. I didn't expect to I was only going to go live for like an hour or two. And here I am, 5 hours and 42 minutes. Time just flies for me. I never have enough time to cover all of the things that are on my mind and share what I see and what I've found sometimes, or videos I've found that touch on some of these topics.
Genoa. And Genoa's flag is what is being shown, being held by the Lamb. Now, the dove connects to God, Noah, and the Roman deity Janus, primarily through themes of new beginnings, peace, and divine messages, following a period of judgment or transition. I'm not saying he's a god of transitions or anything, but you know. It acts as a bridge between the divine will and human experience, offering signifying the end of destruction and the start of a new purified era. So you can see why these things intrigue me, because of the Trinitarianism is showing you Janus in his three form. And when they're holding these fingers up, even the Baphomet, which all stem from Janus, it's crazy how people won't take on this theory that I've navigated and put out over several years. It's intriguing, isn't it? And when we're talking about this tripartite, and you start to, search engine images, one of them it'll show you on the screen on the right, on my right, hopefully it's on your right, is Jesus with a compass. It's been varied discussions on what he's actually using it on. I believe, because as you know, the compass is 47 degrees, which isn't an 11. That's why they're showing you the fingers. Is it the doorways? Is it just this dual nature? That may be a different video that I've done and will do. But I theorize that what he's got the...
Well, I'll theorize the 47, or 4 and 7 is 11. 11 is a 1 and a 1. Okay? And you might be able to say when the two become one. So there's two ones. When the two become one relates to something directly out of the Bible. Or I think it was out of the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, speaking about Jesus, when the two become one. And when your two eyes become one. When you see with that one eye. Singular vision, in other words, instead of... Anyway, I'm not going to go into all that. I did go into that in a video probably about 2 or 3 years ago, I think, when the two become one. I did a whole video on that. I am going to get some rest. I'm going to play a little bit more and fall asleep, try to fall asleep again.
Compass on is basically like a cave map. Just look at it. It's very similar to any cave map, real or fake, that's out there. To me, it's navigating the cave, the chamber that we're in. That's a wow, isn't it? So, people are using the biblical cosmology to prove the earth is flat. And as you can see, here's the images that we've all seen over the years, showing you the vault of heaven, the pillars of the sky, the mountains, the stone, the rock, the cave, the Sheol, the pillars of the earth that hold up this earth. Why can't we be in a cave, in a chamber? Because you've already said it's cave-like, and I've gone into great detail of the other stuff. This one intrigues me in the sense.
So this, what intrigues Paul is the physical realm. And this is what a lot are stuck on. London McDouchebag, Nolan, what's his name? Erica Dubé, and lots of them are stuck on this. So they say, why can't it be a cave? I'd say to them about illness, why can't I just say, heal now, body, and my body's healed? Wouldn't that be a better design? They never consider that, though. They'd say, well, that's crazy. That's magical thinking. Why would it be designed for us to be able to heal ourselves? How ridiculous, right? If we lost an arm, instead of being an amputee for life, or lost both legs, just say, heal now. Restore my legs, and they come back. Maybe it takes 1 second. Maybe it takes minutes. Or maybe they regrow slowly in a matter of, in a sense, slowly compared to 1 second. Over the course of days or weeks, they have to grow back. But any of those would be better as a design than what we have. Better. Now, if it's an all-powerful so-called God or creator, why does its design suck? Why can a quote-unquote human, as they would call me, I'm not, but they would call me that, think of better design features and fixing flaws or fixing suffering? Why could a mere quote-unquote human mortal come up with a better design than what their all-powerful creator was able to come up with, and leave it this way? Not make design improvements, not make a 2.0, 3.0 like with software. Excuse me, I'm going to play a bit more of this and then I'm going to rest. But this is Black Sheep Researcher channel, that Polly Creep.
Sense of it's showing you the pillars and then civilizations in between the levels. This is another rendition that I found on the webs, just showing you different people living in cavities, caves, chambers. And you've also got people who research and look at concave. Now, concave image on the right is basically hollow earth. And you can see the two sides. It's showing you hollow earth. Now, ask yourself, concave, they talk about the black sun and all that, but just look at the name, concave. It's even in the title. But let's be fair and have a look at the etymology of concave. Late Middle English, from Latin concavus, from con meaning together and cavus meaning hollow, or you could say cave, concave. Together in the cave, together in the hollow. And a cave is a specific type of naturally occurring hollow space in the ground, usually large enough for a person to enter. While all caves are hollows, not all hollows are caves. A hollow can also refer to a small valley, a tree cavity, or a general depression, whereas a cave implies an underground chamber. So if you look at the
All right, that's all I'm going to share for his video. I hope everyone has a good night, or a good day, good morning. Take care, mad love and strength. Sorry. What's going on here? Mad love and strength to all good, true, caring spirits. Bye for now, everyone. Take care. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your care. I'll play some music on the way out for my newest video, We Bring the Madness. It's a whole album, an hour and 33 minutes of music, and it's free as always.
Demons will face
Judgment.
a reckoning is coming,
A reckoning of spirits.
an eternal reckoning. Demons will pay for spiritual crimes. Demons will starve and thirst, unable to die.
Demons will be sealed in here. Demons will torment each other, agonized, existing in fear.
Doomed to remain forever here. Demons, demons, you will
Pay for spiritual crimes.
demons.
There are spiritual consequences. This is your hell. Here you will stay. This is your hell.
Demons will pay. Demons, demons will pay. Demons, demons will cannibalize
Each other here.
Demons will bite and fight.
Tormented by fear.
No more sun, no more light.
In darkness you will dwell. In this wretched, miserable
Hell, well, demons. Hell, well, demons. Pray to your fake gods and false idols.
You were put to the test and you failed.
I eat demons for breakfast.
You disloyal fox.
I eat demons for breakfast.
Demons will pay for spiritual crimes.
Demons,
Demons will thrash and twist and run.
demons are doomed to dance in the fire.